the opening. Toxic Cancer chokes that one out, but will be a flurry on that kill feed. Pino left wounded in that exchange. And Nook should be able to stick
not
this.
again, not
no,
again,
no,
not
Nick,
again.
You gotta read into it. No, yeah.
Oh, it's another. Oh, the case goes down. 3 out of 3 for Black Dragons on the attack. Look, I love NIP. They were such a joy to watch last year, but on defense it's just not been good enough. Now they're in a post plant. Everybody is set up now. Muzi has to force his way in. A C4 will get popped, and okay, Muzi. Oh, okay. Nux finds one. Nux finds two. It's a 2 versus 2 now with just 11 seconds to get 2 kills and get to the diffuser. Black Dragons are going to win their map pick. And for Psycho, well, he tried. He tried, but whip it. Black Dragons 1-0 up in the best of 3.
Yeah, they take their map of bank and they take it in a convincing 7-2 fashion. NIP just did not have the answer, but alas, they have best of 3s for a reason. Can they bounce back when they go to Chalet? A map that I don't know if it suits their playstyle, but slow, lethargic yet again from this side. NIP, they need to find something. They need to find a little bit of pace behind themselves.
Yeah, I agree. The only, as we said though, that is Black Dragon's map pick. In the past, we have seen teams bounce back from way worse positions in best of 3s. Usually, you expect to win your own map pick. So, if NIP can win the next map, you never know what'll happen on Cafe. I think Cafe will suit NIP if we get that far. But NIP will put the balls in their court.
Certainly is, but we will spare you from our yapping right now as we go to a quick little break, and when we're back, our desk will break that one down for you.
All right, we are back. Black Dragons take their map pick Bank from NIP. They're in a little bit of trouble here. Once we saw that 4-2 defensive split go in favor of Black Dragons, CDAPS, I think we knew that Ninjas in Pajamas were in trouble, right?
Yeah, it was definitely a cooked situation because Black Dragons were able to mitigate out the strengths of NIP being that attacking side, and all of a sudden they were in an advantageous side going into their advantageous side of being able to take advantage of those horrible, atrocious NIP defenses.
Well, NIP, I'm hoping we get to see some of the action from that first map there, but the NIP plants allowed record has gone up now, CDAPS, to 20.
It definitely has, and that was every single defensive round, all three of them. The bomb went down, there was a post-plant situation. Black Dragons went into this game knowing what the weaknesses of NIP was, and it doesn't matter even on round 10, where we saw a Warden being brought with Miras, Smoke, as well as Goyo, all things that can be designed to stop the plant. It didn't matter. NIP didn't use it properly. Their overall utility went way too quickly. There was too big of a gap, and Black Dragons just still got the bomb down and got to just play back and chill.
Are you sensing that BD are giving you a little bit of that Black Dragons that you knew and loved from the group stages here?
Yeah, well, it's definitely a lot more reminiscence of what we would expect out of Black Dragons. The aggression that we saw on the attack, there was a lot of big play potential. Sure, I would have expected it to be Loira. However, when somebody still can step up on the side of Black Dragons, the team looks so much better.
Yeah, it was definitely an above and beyond performance from them. But NIP, I really feel for them right now because they're in a dodgy position. We'll return to some player highlights and who we want to talk about in a minute, but let's move on to the maps because Chalet is up next. And yes, that's NIP's pick, but it's another map that's hard to defend.
Yeah, it definitely is a map that's hard to defend, and last time we saw NIP play this map, it was a pretty dominant loss that they suffered at the hands of W7M, beating them 7-3. Sure, you can say for Black Dragons they haven't played this map, and historically Chalet has been a solid pick for NIP, but I'm still a little bit worried that this was the only map that they felt confident enough to pick at their own map choice, where in a BO3 becomes a must-win.
Yep, it really is a must-win because lose here, your dreams of a Manchester major spot go to the bottom of the rubbish bin, sadly. Let's take a look at a player who was playing really well here. Nuxka really stepped up for his team, Black Dragons.
Yeah, Nuxka had a crazy game, and once again, I would have expected Loira to be putting up these numbers, but Nuxka filled the void quite well, and overall just looking so incredibly good. One stat that we don't have on there was he was the one who planted all 3 times, so his cost was definitely juiced up, his rating from those plants looking so good. In 10-4, he didn't really need to do a whole lot besides just get those kills in the late round, which is definitely where he was more prolific.
You've mentioned Loira as well. You know, it definitely looked better going into the map there. You wanted to see more from him. He stepped up, but there's, like you say, still room for improvement.
Yeah, he was about at 65% of what we would expect out of Loira, but that's a lot better than the bottom of the barrel that we saw last time Loira played against NIP, where it was his worst game of the stage. He had probably an average game for all things considered, but when we talk about Loira, we want to pull him to higher standards because we know what caliber of player he can be, and hopefully once again we get to see that come out in Chalet.
Did you see anything at all there from NIP that gave you the impression that they're up for this? Because for me, it almost feels like a team that's given up a little bit.
It's a hard position to be in once again, because some of the little positives we could see out of NIP did come once again from Muzi being able to step up and have some big splash plays. Both of the rounds that NIP were able to win on their own attacking side were kind of with late round big plays. Somebody like Muzi hitting the back and just bouncing through and able to just decimate out the Black Dragons defense. But now on a map like Chalet, that's almost expected. Bank can be a little bit more structured. Chalet, you know, is going to be more free flowing, and hopefully for Black Dragons on their own defensive side, they're going to kind of read into, hey, NIP have to have somebody make a play in order for them to operate properly, especially on the attacking side, and they'll be just kind of waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, they've definitely got some tactics up their sleeve, I think, going into this second map. When you look at LCQ, Black Dragons will, of course, be terribly disappointed to not make it through to the Manchester Major traditionally, because at one point, as we've said already, they were red hot. I think despite the fact that they're down here and looking good, it's such a hard journey ahead of them. And they'll know this, right? Because they're not the big fish down here, right? There's some huge teams in the mix with them.
Yeah, but still, with them kind of bouncing back, and if they're able to close this out 2-0 in a dominant fashion, they will have jumped over one of the big hills that they had in group stage, being a dominant loss at the hands of NIP, showing that, hey, they are still improving, they are still looking better, and even though some teams might have gotten the better of them early on in groups, or maybe even as they have some rematches from playoffs, they can just like bounce through and look like the team that we know that they can be.
Well, let's find out if this does go to a third and final map. Map 2, Chalet, is just around the corner. We're just waiting on a few bits and pieces before we can get you into game. We're going to take a short break, and then when we come back, it'll be right back to some Siege action. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back in, everyone, and this is the second map of a best of 3 between NIP and Black Dragons. With Black Dragons dominant on map 1 as well. NIP kept hitting the snooze button on their attack and slept all the way through Black Dragons attack phase as well.
I mean, just like me, for real. I don't like to wake up sometimes in the morning, Gibby, so I think NIP embody me as a team going into it. We have missed the operator ban screen, but this time it will not be an O-ban. It will be Grim, Monty, Valkyrie, and the Fender all taken away from this matchup. How do you feel about that one, Gibby?
I think it's a pretty sensible ban phase that has come through. Grim is so effective on this map. Monty, very oppressive to deal with as well. Not as common on Chalet as maybe some of the other attacker bans. But NIP start on their favored attack on Chalet. This is their map pick, and this is their final stand if they want to stay in with a chance of going to Manchester, because Whip It, it's as simple as this. You lose this map, and you have no meaningful siege at all inside of May.
Womp womp. I mean, listen, it's the brutality of competition, right? You gotta win. Unfortunately, NIP in a position where they need to win 2 maps in the best of 3, and I mean, at least they are going to be on their map choice yet again coming into it, and maybe Chalet might work a little bit better for them. I need to see this side get 4, get 5, preferably 6 rounds on the attacking side.
That'd be good.
For me to feel confident, about their defense.
Yeah, remember, if you watch the last map, Black Dragons were able to get the case down on all 3 of their attacks. I think when you look at a map like Chalet, Whip It, teams are pretty successful at getting the case down on this map as well, particularly on top floor and down inside of basements. So you know that that's exactly what Black Dragons are going to play into. I think that you've got to give them a ton of credit. They did their prep going into this game. They knew that NIP are vulnerable when it comes to defending the site and getting the case down, and that's exactly what they built their offenses on. This time, though, I always say this, by the way, doesn't that just look like a little smiley face in the front of a snowmobile? It's not just me, right? But as I was saying, I think NIP...
you're losing your grip on reality, Gibson.
I lost that a long time ago, but Whip It...
I can tell you the date. It was 2 years ago. That's when we started working together.
Oh, was it the first cast with you?
Exactly. That moment, your grip on reality faded away. So the Azami set up all the way out towards Ivy. Gonna be a massive time sink for these teams to deal with. They need something effective to clear that. You have Flores, so Psycho should get called over towards that. The flashbangs will put Kudo under some pressure. He'll swing out wide. Skeleton Key might be the right tool for it. See it gets the job done. Pino finds the opening. Better start from NIP.
And that's a great pick as well, because with Azami falling, there'll be no more Kiba barriers utilized in this round. So it's a great start, but Pino's got to be careful. because there is a blue silhouette down inside of basement that might come up blue stairs a little bit later on the round. There's an expansive roam here that has been set up by Black Dragons, but very impressed NIP. They do something in the round nice and quickly. Now they just got to keep momentum on their sides. Don't stall. Don't let Black Dragons regroup.
You put it perfectly. You have the advantage. You need to press that now and not concede control. Keep that tempo up. Keep that tempo high again. This isn't even this. Oh, no, it is correct. I thought they're down below in kitchen. My apologies. Gibson, I misread the play. Going into, but yeah, now knocking on the door side. They're trying to get them. Oh, Gibby, be quiet. That's what happens. Lawyer's gonna find one. Muzi falls. That's all on you. An aggressive peek now, trying to get themselves access from this doorway. Ponce does not want to take that too aggressively. He does have the RPM, the D with that SMG, the hands of Frost. The shotgun, not good enough. Get that confirmation. Counting his lucky stars to that one. Lawyer has been slain. Looks to find a second one now out by the desk, but he gets dropped. Case goes cold as well. 3 versus 3. 45 seconds remain. And well, Fluro doesn't even need to jump out. That player's already been defeated. One more falls. NIP knocking on the door, but shut down one by one. Wizard nearly finding 2 in rapid succession. 2 have to find. 30 seconds remain.
Oh, stun grenade's going to get caught in the flashbangs as he makes his way towards half wall. Is he going to attempt the plant? Does he have the drone network established to provide information to his team? If he can get this pick on the player on piano wall. Good stun grenade thrown, catches out the mirror, but doesn't get the kill. And that will be the death knell inside of the round, because if you had got that kill, it could have been a GG's. But instead, Ask, he makes no mistakes. Black Dragons 1-0 up.
Black Dragons felt like they could have been on the ropes there just a little bit. NIP, a much more efficient start in the round for them in that moment. Got themselves the opening pick, put pressure on site directly. Fortunately, that mid phase absolutely fell away from them. Flurry of kills from the defensive side. No real solid answer. Well, you mentioned there was several moments that DMR desperately close to finding 2 critical picks. They went the way of NIP. They've been a very, very different story. Alas, hindsight's 2020. Down the boring games we go.
Our game's a site that I always like to see teams defend. Mira makes it exceptionally easy to defend this site at times, but when you think about the key positions to defend, those stairs on top blue, of course, those are very important. You get the shield on there, you use the magnets of Nux to prevent any utility from clearing that shield. By holding that, it means you can protect your player that's playing on top Mez, who's holding library. So those 2 players will, in essence, play as a powerful duo. Whippet, I've also noticed Florio, the doc, playing in Coffin. That's a great position to play, particularly when Wizard is playing with those firebolts. We've seen this before.
Gibby. Do we call this a little bit of a not so classic, you'd say?
It is. Not one single person at home knows what we're talking about, but
right,
Zanoxo.
You know what, chat? No, Gibby, give me a second. Chat, if you remember Zanoxo in this position in Challenger League 2022, raise your hand. Be honest as well.
17 people raised their hands in error. They were like, I'm just going to do it for the crack. But the Doc's in this position, and there's the first fire dart. And there we go. Couple of seconds. Floria. There we go. There's going to be. Uh-oh. You can deal with a fire, but you can't deal with a frag. Down he falls, and position cleared. We bigged him up. We give him the big run up, and he just dies. He goes down in a whipper to a frag grenade in 2024.
Unfortunate. I mean, honestly, not one to write home about realistically. I think he was too distracted looking at his own HP bar going, oh, when's the right time? Doesn't even move. Can't really move either. Absolute freebie, but yet again, NIP, opening pick. They get control. What do they do now? And they've sat still. They're not doing a whole lot. They're sitting there. They're being patient. Black Dragons is what they want. NIP tends to crumble. Well, they can't press the advantage, so Uzi out on the mezzanine balcony. Toying with the idea of peeking out wide, but no one's going to present an option to that. And 2 bodies still stacked up. 1 in library box, 1 still in library. Maybe opening pick or not, I still don't feel confident in NIP right now.
It's the pacing. The pacing is all wrong. It's like they're looking at the clock now going, oh, a minute left. That's an eternity. We have so much time to work with. And In a way, yes, a minute still 30% of the round. You can do a ton, but it just doesn't look like NIP are trying to make any inroads towards the site whatsoever. The Mira window is still in place. Loira is still there. They're going to smoke off Loira as it stands, but you've still got a player playing on top blue. You've got to clear that shield. Muzi will reposition himself. Loira gets the kill onto Pino. Gudo still holding position. Muzi will find that kill, but here comes Gudo playing for the trade. But no, NIP get themselves a double. It's a triple on the round for Muzi. And it's all down to Ass. 26 seconds. There's one. 1 versus 3. There, NIP will drop into site. Psycho doesn't have the case, or Psycho is not the player on site with the case though. 15 seconds, NIP. You're starting to waste too much time. It's a one.
No.
Please don't throw. Please, NIP, for everything that's good, do not throw this round. Ask. He hears the case going down. He walks in. The cover's there. NIP win an attack at long last. Here we go. Game on.
Breathe. Breathe, everybody. Relax, NIP supporters. It's good. 1 round back. Foundation of a run. Woo.
I've just been told
I've
just been told the chat backs me up as well, by the way, on the fact to see smiley faces on the snowmobiles.
Not gonna lie, Gibby, I do also see a smiley face. I was just taking a little bit of poke at you. I was poking you like, you're so...
You're an old man. Oh wow, old man.
Well, I'm old now as well.
You
I've
are.
I'm now mid-20s. Oh, I've lost my early 20s privilege.
Oh, I'm not even going to say what age I am, unless I beat someone in ranked and they're talking, they're like abusing me. I'm like, well, you just got beat by a man in his 30s. There you go. It's great fun.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's coming. For everyone in chat, there will come a day when you guys will have to say you're in your 30s, so just deal with it.
I'm perpetually 21, Gibson, coming into this. Forever.
+4.
NIP get themselves... I hate you. So, realistically right now, NIP got themselves the opening round, and while I'm happy for them, ecstatic, you could say, living my best life, perhaps even, it was an uncomfortable affair to watch NIP play that round. It was a nail-biter, and not in an enjoyable way, either. They waste so much time. They feel like a lethargic side coming into this. I want NIP to really press the advantage when they get it. So far on this map, they've shown that they can do that. They've won the open engagement twice now. I want to see them continue building off that and invest in this attacking side.
Nuxoy gets the first kill on this one as Wizard will fall. Look, it's really good from Black Dragons taking the fight to NIP, and it puts them a little behind the 6. No logic bombs will be deployed now over the course of this round. Psycho, you can see, communicating with the team, trying to decide, well, what next? We've just lost a vital piece of our attacking approach. How do we adapt? How do we adjust? If anything, with 2 minutes on the clock, it's plenty of time for a team like NIP to have a think about what they're going to do. That changes things, though. Down goes
Nux
Pino.
finding too. Alright,
no.
let's get to one more. So, Gibby, you shouldn't have opened your mouth, because now the round seems to be basically dead and buried. Collins will repel into solar, trying to get as much control as possible. Nux will find 3, and Gudo will shut it down. Just like that, NIP, they lose in one more round.
Just a reminder for all the viewers at home as well. Whip It now, our prediction elo for this stage has NIP qualifying through to the semi-finals. It's not a case where, we're being biased against them. Black Dragons have played exceptionally well, but at times it does feel like NIP are shooting themselves in the foot. Now, let's show some love to Black Dragons. They're making NIP uncomfortable. They're getting up and close and personal with them in the early stages of a round. NIP don't really like that much. And when Black Dragons get the opening kill, they're very, very good at just closing out the round from that point on. They're very good at realizing that NIP will probably stall out after that point, so that allows them to take even more ground as a defensive side. And Black Dragons they've earned this 2-1 lead they have so far. Side swap though, it's going to be Kitchen this time. We're not going to see Basement come through whatsoever. But we always pointed out though, when you're defending Kitchen Dining, you've got to control the top floor, because essentially all of that site, apart from that little bit that you see inside a piano, is you can create verticality with.
I'm really curious to what the approach from NIP. If that happened, I would have been an absolute shambles if Cons loses that fight. That would have been the round, almost unraveling from that. NIP, maybe don't get too spooked from that aggressive peek early. You need to make your inroads towards site at this moment. Keep a barrier to make sure the bath is a nice and private affair for anyone who might want to storm into that bathroom. NIP, once again, beginning to move through that towards those steps. They need to clear office. They need to clear master bedroom. That's a massive investment. They're realistically taking the upstairs site for access to the bottom floor. Not an easy task. Considering the combination of Kaid Claws and Tubarão, it'll be very difficult to open up that set of walls.
Yeah, gotta agree with you on that one. Getting the walls open will be pretty tough. Ask will play inside of sight. Essentially, his job is just make sure they don't attempt to push in from trophy window. So the rest of NIP will get to work on clearing the top floor. Now look, there's a minute and 10 seconds gone on this round already. They don't have a single player inside the building. The Flores drones can't even get inside the building to get value and get rid of those Kiba barriers. So at some point, they're going to be forced to take on a gunfight. Wizards playing on the double windows for sight. Pino is hunting for freebies as he looks across, but he will be the freebie found by Florio as it's a 5v4. Muzi trades one back as he vaults inside a piano, but he's caught out by Lyra playing by long. Psycho now playing for the trade. Will toss the stun grenade inside of office, but as you can see, nobody is going to swing from that section. He spots out the head, misses the first one. Here comes the second swing, and it is perfectly played by Black Dragons. They get the DBNO. Nux will get traded on the other side of the map as we hit a 1 versus 1, and there's Lyra getting another kill confirmed. Triple for him. Florio gets the final one. Black Dragons 3-1 up.
Oh, Gibson. What a shot, by the way, from Florio to find that with that DMR. But NIP, it just looks so flat. Right, Black Dragons realistically played that round perfectly. They understood what NIP were going to do. What NIP wanted to do was commit everything in towards that top floor clear. Every bit of utility, every player, every essence of that round committed to that top floor. What did Black Dragons do in response? Commit essentially everything to that as well. There was no easy way to open up that quad wall and play on half wall. Couldn't do that for free. You can't get piano and bathroom control easily. It's not that easy to get access inside of Solar either. So, I mean, they ran into a brick wall. They didn't win their gunfights when they got in those windows. Black Dragons in control from the very beginning of that round. And it just feels right now that NIP need this next round. Otherwise, it might begin to slip away.
NIP 4-2. They lost their own attack and half on Bank. They need, at the very least, a 3-3 here on Chalet, based on what we've seen on their defenses earlier on, or else Black Dragons could be sending them for an early shower when it comes to stage 1. Pino spawns to the side, gets rid of the camera, but I'm just looking at the lineup they have. Right, Flores will be really useful for clearing those Kiba barriers, but last round we saw it. Flores wasn't even getting the drones inside. Those Roteros were not impacting the game whatsoever. Wizard got spawn peaked the last time we see them try to have a real impact on the round as the Dokkaebi. So I want to see NIP actually get into a position where they can usefully use their utility.
Muzi, tip of the spear for this side so far. Realistically needs to find the opening engagement of this round, but NIP, it was the same on Bank as well. They need to find a quicker tempo. They need to be more aggressive. Take advantages when they find it, and that's what they struggled with so far. Droning down below, and it feels a little bit disconnected from this side. Everyone has a clear vision of what they want to do, but they're very separate from each other. There's no drones ahead of the entry. There's no one supporting each other. There's no one in position to land a trade either. All very individual. Not really cohesive as a unit. That strikes a little bit of fear into my heart. Nux finds that trade. Muzi's off the board. We did lose Ask in that affair as well. 1 C4 gone and that vector no longer applicable. Just threatening the staircase by Owl.
Oh, this is the scenario all game long. NIP finding the opening pick but when they do, they get traded almost instantly every single time. Black Dragons playing the buddy system to perfection over the course of the opening few rounds here on Chalet. Pino using the mirror, you know, looking at the other way, but guess what? The site's above you. You gotta work your way up to the top floor now. as Buck will start to create some inverse verticality as he tries to play from below. Nux, who has been exceptional so far, 5-1, playing inside master bedroom. Falling back now as pressure continues to land this way, and it looks like it is going to be a push up Solarium stairs.
40 seconds. Feel that pressure arriving. 8 players still surviving. 4 either side. Position in that bathtub could be catastrophic. That IP don't know. No amount of verticality can keep you safe from this. And 2 bodies stacking up. Gudo finds one. Needs to win this second engagement. Pino realistically has to win his one. Lots of damage taken. Will find one of his own. Finds a second too. Psycho, Pino open up this round. Opportunity for NIP to pounce. The LMG. The SMG in the hands of Frost. Those rattle off in the distance. The front lines are drawn, but with 10 seconds left in this round, NIP need to get that case down. They need to try and stick this. Single player remaining on the side of Black Dragons. The Pino should stick this one down. Cover from the window is going to NIP find themselves around.
Another delayed push though. NIP, we always talk about it. Use every single second. And here's the problem, right? NIP, give them credit. They won that round. They were getting the opening picks. Yes, they got traded a couple of times, but they always tried to keep momentum in their favor when it came to the player count. But there was about 30 seconds left, 40 seconds left in that, in that kind of 2-3 versus 1. And they didn't start getting the case down until there was about 10 seconds left. Now, the problem with that is if Loira was able to get across the window and kill the planter, NIP don't have enough time to go for another attempt at getting the case down, and it just means that you're hanging your whole hopes on that player getting the stick or the cover being good. That's why you see a lot of teams in Brazil play a little faster. Now, here's the thing, we keep saying this, but they are the most successful attacking team in Brazil all season long. But we'll add the caveat, playoff siege, best of 3s, after a full season is done, they're never going to play the same way the regular season did. Look at Liquid.
Liquid found a little bit of momentum in the latter half of the group stage as well. Still, the NIP, they find themselves in much better position in this stage of the matchup. They did in the previous map. Getting themselves in a likely position where they might be able to leverage themselves a level half going into it. Of course, round 6, the final one. What has been NIP's preferred side so far. Wizard finds the opening. Ascot aggressive for a jump out shot down. You lose your Zami in the opening few moments. A massive detriment for Black Dragons. And NIP, once again, opening pick. Where did he go from here?
This is it though. This time they got the opening pick. Black Dragons were not in a position to trade. It's a really good position for NIP to be in, and it's a position that they can begin to build their attacks from. Black Dragons, of course, this is a site where you could really do with those Kiba barriers. I'm not going to lie. Later inside the round, you can lay down even more defensive positions for your teammates to play from. But Twitch is going to move in, gets rid of the Electroclaw on that wall for absolute free. We'll look now to push from that boiler side. NIP, I would argue, are ahead of schedule on this round. It's much better. And Black Dragons, well, they're just in a situation where they're waiting for someone from NIP to overextend to try level the sides up. There you go. There you go.
Perfect timing, Gibson. We see there, though, Loira perhaps gets a little bit too aggressive as well. Boiler's been opened up. NIP get the numbers game advantage yet again. Minute 20. Oh, they go that advantage now.
Psycho.
Great vault in. Psycho finds that. A little bit of a flashback in time for a brief moment. Black Dragons reduced to 2 survivors. One in blue, one in the connector. Lots of real estate to hold on to. NIP. This is where we'll see this stylistic approach from this side begin to bite them. They will wait. They will let every second drag in these final few moments. And realistically, they should have struck when the iron was hot. They should have got aggressive when they found an advantage. Will they let that slip away?
Well, they've given time for Black Dragons to take some space, and I'm really impressed. Black Dragons have set up the cross, but the Gudo gets his one, but Pino gets it. And it's a 3-3 split for NIP. And it wasn't a last-second dash. It wasn't a delayed push. They played a bit more aggressively. They got full information on where the players from Black Dragons were, and they took the round win. 3-3 half. Now, whip it. The million-dollar question. Are NIP... Well, actually, no, I'm going to phrase this a more pleasant way. Are Black Dragons going to keep the 100% success rate they have at getting the case down on attack here against NIP?
Oh. So I have a feeling the other phrasing is, will NIP lose every time the case goes down?
Or just let the case go down every time, I guess.
Alright, how many times have we seen the plant so far against NIP this season? It was 17 when we started this series, so what's it on now?
20 times.
Oh, goodness. Oh, no. Not great. Not ideal. That's more than every single plant that we saw, probably in LATAM North and South group stages. We were covering that region earlier on the stage. So,
Oh my
Black
god, you brought
Dragons
it
on
up
the
again.
Listen, gotta do it. Big up the Final Four. Happening soon.
Is that it? You're just going to finish? Yeah, big up the Final Four? Okay, yeah, big up. Okay, we got ourselves the good old-fashioned Thorn Trap, so... It works in ranked, right? And it works in standard. But basically, the whole concept here is you let the defender or attackers push in through trench. The first one of those mines will go off. They'll run deeper in towards boiler. The second one will go off, which means that when they try to fall back, it'll hopefully get a kill. I don't think Black Dragons... Right. I hope Black Dragons don't fall for it. But will they?
Considering that they have a blitz in play, again, yep. Well, unfortunate. So if a blitz in play, you gotta feel that if they do commit and dive that blitz into a position like boiler, now it has been reinforced off, it will be a likelihood that you might get caught out. Now do see that blitz. Like, all right, okay, there's a blitz on the board. Where will they arrive from? Nux goes upstairs. All right, what are you cooking?
So they're going the long way anyways by going back up to the top floor, but I guess they've still got plenty of options. I think the big thing... it's going to be a blue rush, isn't it? He's going to run right down blue, right down the throats of this NIP defense. The question is, do they have what it takes to slow down the blitz? One of the most oppressive operators to deal with in the game right now, because what I love about it, right? Blitz is sometimes the great equalizer, because sometimes you see pro players panic every bit as much as you would see the normal players in ranked when a blitz starts sprinting at them full tilt, particularly with how good blitz is at the minute.
I never flinch in the face of a blitz.
Yeah, you freeze. You freeze. You don't flinch because you freeze.
Yeah, it's better than running away, Gibson. I stand there. I lose my one. I stand, I take my one. There goes out by Guno trying to buy a little bit of space. I didn't catch it. There's that shotgun in the hands of Wizard. Finds the opening on towards Ask. Under a minute left in this round, and that shotgun will be a massive deterrent for anyone who wants to take blue stairs. It will find a second one, but it will be a mutual exchange of damage as Lawyer left in DBNO as well as Wizard. There'll be a bit of a stalemate. No one's there to cover the position of Lawyer. And right now, the res goes off. Nux might try and find two. Aggressive charge and not quick enough on the draw.
Both players will get put back on their feet, but they do know with time sitting the way it is. Realistically, the only option that Black Dragons have is to push down blue or push down main. Lawyer is going to get caught out. The blitz will begin to push, but Wizard shotgun gets another one. Nux get trapped on the floor. Psycho will be put DBNO, but the impact will get the knock. The DBNO and Pino will get the final kill. NIP taking the lead on this map for the very first time. And it's probably the first... Well, actually, I'm not going to say probably. It is the first time in this whole series that we have seen NIP force the attackers to play their style.
Caveat. Was not an authentic made exothermic charge that Thermite brought to the field. He skimped a little bit on the budget for that one. Didn't work out the way they would have wanted coming into it. Didn't buy premium for that. But didn't
buy from an official source. He got a third party one and it wasn't as good.
Exactly. Bought it from an unofficial supplier.
Like what Blast did with us too. They went third party and they didn't get a product as good as that.
They found bargain bin Ace and Dez. That might even be a compliment for us, to be honest. We're probably even worse.
That is a call. I'd take it. If I could call it a bargain bin version of that, I was like, you know what? We're at least in the same breath.
Fair enough. But yeah, not forced to pivot going into this, and realistically, I mean, from that moment, it unraveled around a little bit. So I'm going to put a massive asterisk on that from the side of Black Dragons and how they had the attack round. Didn't go their way. Now, NIP, they played it perfect. They didn't concede, they did no overextend. They didn't make any unnecessary risks. Took no unnecessary journeys. It's perfect for them.
I'm very, very curious now as to whether NIP can build momentum. You feel like getting 2 rounds ahead could be the type of thing that they need. We always talk about it, right? Teams like to stick within 1 round all the time. The team that extends that lead by 2 in the second half of the game, more often than not, will find a way to get the win because it changes the way the attacking team approaches things. Now, we spoke about these powerful positions a little bit earlier when you're trying to defend a site like this. Big question marks are around the usage of those Candelas. There'll be the Lion Scan, and now they're going to begin to push. There's the Magnet catching the first nade, which will slow it down. The vault in the window is unsuccessful. Cons gets one, but Asuka's still going to play aggressive. Spots the hand inside Piano, but will not find the kill. Takes a ton of damage from inside main as Pino gets another one. Gudo retakes bathroom control. A Lion Scan's here, but the swing from the Azami gets the kill. Florio will find another one, but it's over. NIP, what?
That was the quickest round we've seen all day.
Quickest round NIP have ever had.
Ooh, you know, yeah, you're right, actually. That is actually a fast round, even for NIP standards coming into it. And again, I'm more impressed with what I'm seeing defensively from NIP so far. Now, Gibson, let's play an interesting statistic. So far, they've not had the case go down. They've won every defense they've played. Interesting, perhaps?
So 100% of the rounds on NIP's defense here on Chalet against Black Dragons, the case hasn't gone down. I would take that as an improvement. That's a win.
Yeah, honestly, it is. Considering also they did lose the previous map, 7-2. They're now winning 5-3. They've got more rounds. Big dub. They're getting better in this series so far. It is the NIP's map choice as well, so you would expect it to be a little bit more preferred and higher preference for them coming into this so far. Cons, Pino, good performance from them so far, leading the charge in terms of kills. Cons, player, it's a little bit more in that supporting role. Not too common to see them stepping up to the pillar in this position, but doing a good job representing in terms of that kill tally for his side coming into it now. Can Black Dragons respond after using their tactical timeout? Get a little bit more in these offensive rounds.
One of the phrases I don't like to use that often is win condition, but I will use it in this round, or that last round. That push in, that kill that Cons was able to find on the vault in a bathroom, the whole win condition of Black Dragons was to push in and get that opening kill in their favor. By Cons getting that kill, it derailed everything, right? That kill, in its essence, won the round for NIP, and this is the thing that people need to realize about Pro League. One decision that's made, like Tier 1 Siege, one decision made by a player or one gunfight can derail an entire round. Had that gone the other way, I have no doubt that the scoreline would have been 4-4.
I'm gonna have to agree with you on that, Gibson. But of
Again,
course, it's the
I'm on a
butterfly
roll.
effect. Oh, be quiet. Or was I listening, or was I just dismissing what you're saying?
Little column A, little column B.
Oh, would you? Ooh, what would you say is a little bit more though? There is one of them.
They agree.
Or was I?
I'm learning. I'm evolving.
Oh no. Oh no. No. Stop. None of that, please. So, NIP looking much better on the defensive side compared to what we saw on Bank. They've stopped the case going down, and they've got a little bit of spring in their step on this side. They've been a little bit more keen, confident to take those engagements and win their ones doing so. So let's see if they can continue that pace going into it now. Black Dragons on the other side, they've been a little bit, I don't know, replication of NIP on Bank coming in their offenses here in Chalet. They've struggled to find the opening engagement. They've struggled to capitalize on anything they've been able to find so far. And they've not been able to impose their structure that they want to do on their offensive side. Let's see how this continues to play out.
2 minutes in the round to work with. It's a slower approach from Black Dragons this time. They do have players inside the building, which is what you need to do pretty early inside of a map like Chalet. You don't want to waste too much time as Wizard is getting pressured pretty heavy from below. Now he'll use the Kodo to keep that wall, that canister, to keep the wall closed a little bit longer. Buy himself a little bit of time, and well, that extra bit of time that he bought got him a kill onto Loira. Again, talking about how useful and impactful a decision made from a player can be. Now the question is, what does Wizard stick or twist from this position?
I think realistically, Wizard needs to stick this position. You're not going to get a whole lot of success from it, but the verticality down below hasn't been successfully opened up. That main wall in towards dining still not being applicable. This Rotero drone might force him out of half wall. He's not already fleed. He will now find that pressure, but he can freeze it. That's a critical second ball. The aggressive push arrives. Finding two Gudos there for that trade on the Wizard, but that's going to be a huge stand that moment. Delays so much time. 50 seconds remain. NIP, the driver's seat of this round.
44 now. The time's ticking away. The case, as you pointed out, is cold. Gudo will toss the stun as he attempts to push through, and Psycho will get taken down. So we're back to a level playing field. But time is the problem. How do they get the site? Well, not like that. Pino is able to find another kill. Florio trying to make a push up through Ivy below, and NIP take another round. They're 6-3 up. They're on map point here on their map pick of Chalet, and we have a game on our hands.
Oh, NIP are so back, Gibby. This map at least. Guaranteed it. You know what, Gibson?
Never doubted them. Never in doubt.
I'm gonna take. I mean, listen. In chat, I might have put 250,000 challenge points on BD to win, but 5 billion IQ play. It was the caster curse them, so NIP make it map number 3.
Here's the thing, I can't even say that you're copiuming that, because I saw you type that in chat at the time. You were like, I'm betting on them to cast a curse.
I called it. I'm the best.
I've never seen a caster so dedicated to cursing a team that they've invested their channel coins that they worked so hard to gain just to cast or curse a team. It wasn't a
prediction, it was a spoiler, Gibby.
An investment, you would say.
Exactly. And my ROI, NIP victory. What did it take? What did I lose? All my channel points. Well, dumb.
Dumb. You get your bets and predictions right from time to time. Open plan living here, though, in the basement, though, as they'll elect to keep that boiler wall open. What that does is it allows the defenders to play more aggressive. It makes the trench take a little bit more difficult for the defenders. Psycho playing on the top floor as well. The whole point of this is to waste time. Force Black Dragons to clear the entirety of Chalet. Would you say it's too bold to say that Psycho is in a coffin position now where he's going to play on the top floor and play his entire life? Or do you think he's got that internal clock where after a minute and a half, he'll fall back down blue stairs?
I think it's a double-edged sword realistically. I'd prefer to see the fallback strategy in play, but I can see it being a situation where it's a play your life moment. Either will be effective of this moment. NIP in the best position they have been this entire series so far. Let's see if they can lock this one out. Pino, inside of supply, posting up a fortress. Again, I like this defense from NIP. Expansive, taking control of the map. Forcing BD to clear absolutely everything. A direct approach could be a very beneficial resource. They make that decision to do it.
Well, this is what we spoke about. Force them to use up tons of time in clearing the map. Now, do they know that library is now clear? Because Psycho, you know, in between that minute and a half, will drop down through blue and start putting those Kiba barriers up on blue stairs, making a bit of a maze. It's really good for NIP. Remember what we said at the start of this map. NIP, their whole job is to, what they like to do is force the other team to play NIP's way. And they are putting on a clinic here on Chalet so far.
Just over a minute remaining. Wizard posted up with the M870. Do they know? And IP lie and wait for the opportunity to make this round absolutely explode in their favor. Hatch will not be opened up tonight with the impact down below. Will create some verticality to work both ways, but no one's there to take full avail of it. Cons toying with the idea of an aggressive peek with the LMG, but perhaps a little bit overzealous. Nux gets one for free, and that's exactly what NIP did not want. Leave themselves a little bit short of manpower in these final few moments. 40 seconds, surely you want to imagine they can hold the line.
Still pressure on the top floor. You can see the prone player Ask will get the kill. The swing through's there, and that'll be Grim down as well. It's Grim times now for NIP in this round. Guro will be put DBNO as the canisters will cause some confusion for him, but 20 seconds to go. Hatch is open. So you think about what BD will attempt to do. Azami's position has now been identified. Psycho's in a 1v1. Pino can't win it. Nux gets his kill. Pino gets that one, though. It's a 3 versus 1. Case is going to go down. Pino does a ton of damage, but the shield works against him temporarily. Case, though, about to get completed. Never mind. Whip it. The case didn't go down. They might have lost the round,
Massive.
but the case didn't go down.
You know what? And listen, I am on so much hopium. So much copium right now. Haste didn't go down. That may as well be a victory for NIP so far. We take it. But you know what? They get half a round. They get half a round. 6.5 scoreline.
Well, you know what? I'll allow it. I'll allow it. NIP, though, they're 1 round away still from taking their own map pick and taking us to Cafe. Watching this matchup so far, Whippet, I think all that we have learned about these two teams is the significant amount of inconsistency that both of them can suffer from at times, because of course 7-2 on map 1, NIP looked like they could have had this game done and wrapped up in a nice little bow a bit earlier than this as well, but they're comfortably winning their map pick. But 1 round changes everything, because if Black Dragons manage to take this round in Bar Gaming and it goes 6-5, those little gremlins of doubt will start showing up on NIP, because, you know, the more match points that you drop, the more you start to self-doubt and question yourself.
Black Dragons, the most important round of the series so far for them, as you mentioned. You get this all the way to round number 12, forcing the end of regulation. A longevity question comes into play. NIP do enjoy the deep water, it seems. Drag out every round, time and time again, comfortable in these difficult moments, familiar with the trenches of LCQ, and they get themselves level in this series. But if Black Dragons still have a pulse, Muzi roaming upstairs on that Solus has been effective so far, hunting down those drones. 4 already slain, information limited now for the offensive side, and they keep going through this. Drone gets so much information in the hands of Deimos, finding so much deep presence, spotting Wizard and those Frostmots and sending out that death mark. Muzi hunted down, Logic Bomb in his back pocket as well. Not an ideal position, but it will be a 1v1 with Deimos. He's got information just as well as he does, but Loira hunts him down 1 by 1, finds him through the wall! NIP, that's the start they need.
That vendetta is so fun to watch players utilize. Cons in a battle as, Gudo took a ton of damage, and the fall damage will get the DBNO. Ask will fall now as well, but in essence this is a 3v3 until the res comes off. Loira enables 1 versus 1 mode as he's trying to win this battle. However, there's 2 players facing his way. Loira will begin to close the gap, but the angle is too strong for Psycho. 3 versus 2 now. Now, do we see a silhouette off in the distance? I think Nux will attempt to get that res off, but this is a great start to the round for NIP.
Great use of Deimos in those moments from Loira to find that opening. NIP reduced to 3. And we find a way back into this. Just over 60 seconds left to work with. Logic Bomb and Fluoro to work with too. Sends that one out. Nope, that will be a drone. So now, time to find the survivors. Time to find the weaknesses. Poke and probe. Look for a way in. Wizard wounded heavily in this round. Khan's not looking too healthy either, nor is Psycho. Bodies strewn around the place so far. Logic Bomb rings out. Foxy's players in place for a brief moment. That hatch will be opened up. X-Kairos pellets chew through that, leaving us with those final embers now, giving NIP comfortable in these moments. Can Black Dragons find a way to prevail?
Black Dragons in a 3v3. Wizards HP is taking a beating. So has Khan. So even though we're in an even player count, it's not quite that way. Flash grenades being thrown. Florio will find the kill, but Psycho trades it back. The hatch drop is there. Black Dragons on the verge now of taking us to the final map. It swings there. Florio takes it. Black Dragons 6-5 the scoreline, and they're now 1 round away from overtime as they have fought their way back into this matchup.
NIP, a scary prospect now. All 12 rounds of regulation have been needed. Overtime or bust for Black Dragons. They want to get this one locked out into. NIP need this next round. It is imperative to win this. stomp out momentum, kill it dead, get themselves onto the Cider Cafe, a map that I feel might suit them stylistically so much. But nothing can find separation between these sides. All down to this. Overtime might be on the horizon, but NIP, that's the last place they want to be.
I'm ready. I am ready. Black Dragons on the verge of clawing this back to overtime. Remember, if they win this map here on Chalet, they progress to the semi-final, where they will play the winner of the matchup later on tonight. NIP win this map, we are going to Cafe, where historically you would argue NIP are excellent. But Black Dragons have shown they are a very strong team. And remember, CDAPS, our analyst, who's the only person on this broadcast who's actually paid to give their genuine opinion on, you know, strats and strategies, he feels the Black Dragons are going to win this affair. He feels they're going to win this matchup. Well, if they find the opening pick like they did last round, they're definitely in with a chance to do it.
Patron working away, clearing that default utility. This setup is a difficult one to break down. Again, you got to clear the entirety of that top floor, otherwise you're forced to pivot. Be with control. Take from lobby, not ideal as well. Electro Claws choke out this play. All placed by Cons. Critical utility. Credit given when it needs to be. 2 minutes remain. Cons, TCSG, a weapon you don't want to toy with. The only player from NIP even on that site. Cass was holding on to that trophy jumping. I have a feeling the Black Dragons don't want to do a full map clear. Toying with the idea of a rotation, ascension up white, or ascension up west main. Verticality needs to be held. NIP need to be aware of this. Otherwise, they might get caught napping.
Castle, 1 versus 1 mode initialized as Loira. You step in. Remember, this information can be fed. Ask finds the opener. That is the opening pick that we spoke about being so important. And this gives them something to work with on site. Pino's position still known. But there's the kill from Ask. 5v3. Black Dragons are doing this. They're bringing it back. The toes are spotted, but Wizard, he doesn't have the angle quite enough to hit those shots as the rounds will go amiss. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Black Dragons with so much control on the ground floor. But the seeds of doubt with control still being held on the top floor, it's the only thing slowing them down.
You're forced to go deep in the site. There's limited positions that you're even safe to try and stick this case. You see that verticality held. 2 barrows DMR. Not a key tool you want to go up against. But again, he's going to be detected. Finds the one. Shuts down Nux. Gudo finds that trade. Pino falls. And Gudo might have just won this round. I think he's sending his team to overtime. Moosey the last one standing. Do or die, the cover is good! 12 rounds, simply not good enough. Gibson, overtime is calling, and Black Dragons have answered it.
Here we go. Overtime. NIP, how is your bottle? Because Black Dragons have swung momentum in their favor. Whip it. Black Dragons have shown that they can win this matchup. They've taken it all the way to overtime. Are they going to do it in 2?
Well, that's the biggest question. Realistically, I think a fair shout for this matchup, this series could be just to go all the way to 15 rounds. NIP do start this defensive shuffle, or this overtime shuffle on the offensive side. Statistically, they're better side this season. Much higher win rate on this. They've been better on this map in general from what we saw on Bank. Questions to be asked all around it, but now simply down to 1 round at a time. Black Dragons at defense. Will they decide to be fast and aggressive? Will they decide to slow it down? NIP think they found success in the offensive rounds where Black Dragons gave them something. I think slowing it down, making it an absolute grind, embracing that suck. That's what it needs to be.
I'm so ready. I am so ready for this overtime. Black Dragons, they have themselves a hell of a situation. They are on the defense here on Chalet. They know they just got to win their 2 defenses, and they will take the matchup. They will take the series and they will get themselves one step closer to Manchester. Pino with the Flores will open up the soft wall and garage. That tells me that they will maybe push up those main stairs, maybe try to open up that stock wall to clear out that position of the map, while elsewhere you've got to deal with the top floor. There's still so much defensive presence up there. What? Wizards just gonna, yeah, it's clear. Why not? Let's just jump in.
Take anything free if you find it, I suppose. Why not? Logic bomb ends. Information is still being gathered from those default cameras. NIP. Your pacing just still a little bit slow. Need to find something. See how they handle this.
Loira, there. Khan's getting ready to open up the walls. You see the soft floor. The wall will be removed on the left side. Remember, this is just the battle for verticality. You still have to save some of that ability to breach to get the wall below, to force your way through the site. Ask is still alive. Florio, sorry, has got so much time being delayed here. That's the problem. That's been the issue for NIP all series long. And they're no closer to getting any sort of work done in this matchup.
Second Zoto cannons are sent out, choking out that play. DMR misses its cue. Flores drones go out to buy space, and the Salma charge chews open that wall. Straight access in the office has been granted. Front lines forming, and Khans finds Pino. Disaster strikes in the 12th hour for NIP. One of their own strikes down a teammate. 50 seconds, and Black Dragons have the advantage. Didn't even need to swing for it.
Oh, 40 seconds to go. Psycho gets the kill on Gudo. Psycho gets another whip it. There's suddenly a chance. 35 seconds to go. Nux will start to take a ton of damage. Ask is below. Psycho gets another kill, and that's going to be a drop down into the basement now, leaving Loira all alone, isolated on that bottom floor, or on the site itself. 20 seconds. Logic bomb will be deployed. They've got some information, but can they work off the back of it? This is becoming very problematic here. This could be an issue. Psycho gets his one. He's traded. It's a quad on the round, but NIP win their attack, and now they will get at least 2 attempts at match point here on overtime.
Oh, here we go for this one now. NIP find themselves an overtime match point. Can they get the job done right here, right now? The Black Dragons have a little bit left in the tank. Can they get themselves the victory? Can they force us to 15 rounds?
NIP, statistically the worst defensive team in all of Brazil. 1 defensive round away from a 3rd map on Cafe. Black Dragons, they need to win this round to give themselves at least the chance of winning the series in 2. Top floor will be the site that NIP have elected to play. Khans on the Azami. So important that he stays alive as long as possible to get as much usage out of those Kiba barriers. Muzi, the exact same. Legion, the same. If there was ever a lineup with it that NIP would take that shows that they want to play the long game in any defensive round, it's this one right here. They have 3 operators whose value increases significantly with every single minute that passes.
Oh, I live for this, Gibson. Absolutely live for it. Overtime matchups in the LCQ. It's only the quarterfinals. Just think about what tomorrow might look like, but let's not even begin to dream about that just yet. NIP, best position they've been in all day. The lockout map. DD, need to find something to stay alive and have their hopes of a 2-0 victory remain. You're on the attacking side. NIP, historically, have been rather dreadful on this defense. Let's see if they can exploit that potential weakness.
Well, Psycho struggling to get through that rotate. There we go. Gets through it at last. And, well, there's the lion scan. Ask gets the opening kill here for the Dragons as Pino will fall. Loira steps in a goo mine as one of those Candelas will go off. But it's advantage Black Dragons in the early stages of this round. Deimos will be able to spot out any of those defenders as well and feed that information. But with it, we've seen this Azami setup before. More Candelas are being thrown. Azami has been spotted, and 1 versus 1 mode activated.
Deathmark coming around, a massive distraction. Hunts you down, Vendetta finds one more, Psycho falls. Still has that information though, but Kudo's good for it. NIP fall 1 by 1. 5 versus 2. Round 15 shows its ugly mantle once again. The very last place NIP want to go. A 1-round shootout to decide whether their stage ends right now or it goes on to Cafe, but they still have a chance. A puncher's chance in this round to find an opportunity. The next engagement needs to go their way, no question asked. But Black Dragons, they've got so much time. They can wait, they can drone, they can formulate a plan. And wow, Deimos Deathmark goes out again. Wizard will be detected, and that Vendetta's in his hand. Loira has been exceptional for his side, and he's got a perfect opportunity to prove that worth yet again. Boss is deep, and Wizard will have no idea. Shut down, and it's all down to 1. Uzi collects 1. Needs to find 4 more to win this round, and Ace Clutch demanded upon him now. Case should go down, but finds a second one. It will be heroic if he gets it done, Gibson. The cover isn't good, finding 3, but shut down by Guno and Gibby. Round 15 is needed.
It is as simple as this. NIP, the best attacking team in all of Brazil statistically. Their hopes of progress into the next round, their hopes of Manchester, all rest on a full overtime map point attack. And it's going to be top floor. They've just lost it on defense. They know how to win this site. Whip it. How's their bottle? How is their nerve? How are they feeling knowing that they had so many map points? They have thrown up map point 4 times. Are Black Dragons going to win on their first attempt?
Difficult spot to be for Nip. A season that has not been one to remember. Hopes of a glory run to Manchester from the LCQ might be smited here in the quarterfinals. 1 round separates their stage from ending here on Chalet or making it to 1 more map. Black Dragons close to getting this done in 2 and sending themselves to Saturday's semi-final. All down to this. The next 3 minutes, so important for these 10 players. Time to form their legacy on the server.
Black Dragons 1 round away now from the semi-finals. All they've got to do is hold firm. Look at the game that Ask is having. 13 and 9 so far. She's getting at least almost just short of that 1 kill per round. NIP, they are the ones that need to set the tempo, and you know as well as I do that that tempo will be a slow one. Oh, I'm so ready. This is what it's all about. Remember what? But last time we casted NIP, they went all the way to full overtime.
Gibby. Don't remind me of NIP low stage 1 last year. One to remember for the history books, but this one might shape up to be that way as well. 15 needed. Who will be the victor in this one? The opening engagement, you gotta feel, will be so critical. At this moment, these players, this has been a long match. Around the hour mark at this point. Mental fatigue will set in. The first to fall might be a factor in this. Drones go out, NIP looking for every bit of information. For the top right hand of your screen, look at the drones available for NIP. They've only got 3 remaining. Their information's essentially been snuffed out. They're flying in the blind. Down to intuition and the skills of the rifle to find out where these members of the Black Dragons are lurking. And it's 30 to do so. The patience game working out for the defense.
Well, if there's one team in the world that play patient, it is NIP. And Black Dragons, though, they're getting more and more comfortable. The more time that goes off, the more time that goes off without them losing a player taking casualty works even more in their favor. They still have vertical control. They're still holding trophy. Only now, with a minute left in the round, does Ash begin to push in towards Library. It's all so slow as they try to take this round. Lyra still dancing around that office door, looking towards that fire, that mezzanine balcony. Muzi's peeking the long angle, but 50 seconds to go. NIP have to do something.
biggest thing NIP need to do, though, is not lose that opening engagement. They need to win this very first firefight. It needs to go their way. BD know this, and they don't need to extend. Flight out to lobby stairs might be a risky one, but there's no blue silhouettes lurking. Florio takes a beating from that window, but falls back by NIP. Familiar territory once again. The clock strikes 20 seconds. It's time to go. Limited control. They find the one. Muzi gets an opening. Shut down, but Black Dragons fire back. It will be an absolute bloodbath and a brawl for the final conclusion. 10 seconds remain, and Cons needs to stick that case, but the C4 shuts it down. NIP, your stage is in the swing of this. All down the wizard, but no time to save the day. Black Dragons proceed to the semi-finals on Saturday.
And what a comeback from them, from 6-3 down to winning the matchup in overtime. Congratulations, Black Dragons, on making your way through to the semi-finals, where you are yet to find out who your adversary will be. But over the course of the two maps, they were the better side. They dominated Bank. They clawed back on Chalet. And now they wait and rest, because tomorrow is another day.
Have to recover from that one, a long and grueling matchup, especially here on Chalet. We'll give you a little bit of break from us, and we'll go to a quick little break. We'll be back with our desk to break that one down.
There were times during that map where we had no idea which way it was going to go, of course. That is the beauty of overtime. Map 2, Chalet. Black Dragons progress into the semi-finals, sending NIP's Manchester Major hopes out of here. They move on, and it was a brilliant comeback, wasn't it, C-Daps? Because at one point, NIP felt like they had everything they needed to take this to 3 maps.
Yeah, there was a giant momentum shift in the mid of this map where just round after round after round went the way of NIP, and we started seeing glimpses of the old Ninjas in Pajamas that we expected and we always hoped to see. However, Black Dragons were finally able to kind of reel in, they were able to dial in, make the adjustments, and as soon as they started getting some momentum, they kept it swinging all the way through on overtime.
Yeah, that was definitely it, wasn't it? It was a recalibration, a readjustment, and a success story for sure, because this team once again looking like a real threat going into these semi-finals. Of course, they've got some stiff opposition up against them, but you know, the numbers, they look good for both teams at times, of course. And you know, Pino in particular stepped out, power position players for NIP stepped up, and you know, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, you would hope that with NIP switching up their defenses and making them just kind of bolstered and stronger, that those power position plays from Pino would have been enough. And it definitely was during their win streak, and how they were able to just make sure Black Dragons couldn't even get into the bomb site, because, you know, you got to clear certain positions to get the map control you need. But in that map of Chalet, sure, Muzi wasn't necessarily firing on all cylinders. A lot of his stats did come from the bank game, which kind of laid impactless. Meanwhile, an overall really consistent showing from Nuxka as well as Ask on both maps is what really pushed Black Dragons over the line.
Yeah, it's a shame for NIP, because it felt like on map 1 they didn't really find any form, but here they did find their footing, and they're, you know, punished at the very end. What do they need to do you think, going forward? Because their journey in LCQ ends here.
Yeah, it's once again still looking at those plant stats. That is 6 plants allowed out of 10 defenses from NIP. It's almost to a point where if you're not going to make any roster moves, because this NIP roster is really kind of not ever wanting to make roster moves, they're a very consistent core 5, you need to wipe clear all of your defenses. It's all outdated. It needs to be revitalized and moved into the modern era, and hopefully with their experience showing, they can kind of bounce back to the form that they know that they want to be at.
All right, well, of course, Black Dragons will play the winner of Vivo Keystars versus Fluxo, and if they somehow manage to get through that, they will take on the winner of our first semi-final, which is W7M versus Team Liquid. We keep saying it's some huge hitters in the mix here. Black Dragons, what do you think their chances are of going all the way?
I mean, me and you personally, we don't think they're getting past the semifinals, because we are firm believers.
Is that not changed at all
Keystars.
after what we saw, you know, from them in the quarterfinals here? Do you not have maybe a change of thought there?
There will come a time after what we see Vivo Keystars bring to the table, because Black Dragons did knock Vivo Keystars down into the 6th place spot in that sort of losers playoff matchup, where Black Dragons did definitely look the better team over the course of a BO3. Now, hopefully Vivo Keystars are able to bounce back in a similar fashion to what we saw Black Dragons, where they were able to just take that week off and really kind of fix some of the issues that we've seen. But we still have to wait for this next quarterfinal to kind of see if that came to fruition.
We haven't seen one best of 3 play out in its entirety yet in LCQ. Will we see it next? One more series separates us from finding out who all 4 of our semi-finalists will be here in the last chance qualifier, and it is Vivo Keystars versus Fluxo, and it's next.
Welcome in, everyone. This is it, the final quarterfinal of the Brazil Last Chance qualifiers. Keyed Stars taking on Fluxo here on Consulate for the first map of this best of 3. This is, of course, Gibson, joined by Whippet. We didn't get the desks to give us their valuable insights during the break, so instead, Whippet, they have to listen to us.
That's honestly one of the worst fates you've ever bestowed upon a Twitch chat, Gibson. I think that is absolutely awful for it. You're stuck with us for this now as we begin the fight between this. It's going to be Vivo Keystars versus Fluxo going into it. If you did have Connor talking, it would be a very valid point about how these teams have played and lined up stylistically. Well, I can say, Gibson, from my experience casting them, and I know you got some as well, but Vivo Keystars will be my favorite going into this. I love the way they play. I love everything about this side. And Hates, well, Hates is that star player.
Hates is him, and when you think back to last year, the big problem with what was this core roster playing under a different org was Hornet was incredible, but he didn't have that partner in crime to help him when it came to entry engagements, to help him when it came to carrying the weight. Now he has got Hates in there. Daffodil's been having an exemplary season. On the other side of things, we got a couple of familiar faces too. Raps and Lukid have been around the block, as has Astro. So this is going to be a very tight matchup.
Early days, though, to still decide that one moving into what we've just seen, of course. No, of course. You missed a little bit of action. You know, we disappeared to a different dimension for a few moments. We jumped back in this one. We missed the map Vito diving into it. So it's going to be a Fluxo pick on towards Console where we are now. That Haven Labs, a map that I'm very happy that we'll be seeing in rotation here coming out to it. And for Vivo Keystars decider will be Oregon. Very many people don't want to go to that decider. Oregon is, not everyone's favorite map. Definitely one of mine. But unfortunately, I don't think Twitch chat want that to send the team to a semi-final out on Saturday. So we'll move in this one now as Vivo Keystars do start on the defense here on Consulate.
Traditionally, Oregon is that best of 1 map, so when you see it as the final map and a best of 3, there's no surprises there whatsoever. But it's almost getting an early entry engagement by the window, but no damage being dealt just yet on this one. Big round, of course. Fluxo looking to set the tone here on attack on Consulate, where Whippet, you and I have casted a lot of, and all in all, it seems like a very well-balanced map, but if you attack cleanly, you can definitely get advantages here.
It's not an easy map to attack and break down in that method, though. You realistically think about this, how it's very compact. It's a large map, but every room is so close to each other. It feels a little bit claustrophobic at times. Teams tend to struggle with that. You see that time and time again. So, the defense, you would expect the Vivo Keystars to have a good showing out of this. 4-2 split will be nice from Fluxo. Will be an ideal position to have themselves in.
Hashi will get the first kill of the game, and there's Matrix getting another one as Fluxy get a 5 versus 3 man advantage. Hornet playing on top of yellow stairs as things stand, but it's a really good entry from Fluxo. Lukid will take some damage stepping on that goo mine, but you just feel like Vivo Keyed Stars are getting hunted down here, and they need to find that next kill.
Let's see, this next engagement needs to go their way. Find themselves in disadvantage early. 5 versus 3 for Fluxo. Great beginning for them. That death mark goes out. Vendetta can act like a shotgun, chewing through that floor. Does hunt down Daffodil. Hornet's going to be left in DBNO. Finished off by Lucadira upstairs. Now, all down to this 5 versus 2 position. Difficult to deal with as well. 50 seconds remain.
50 seconds for Vivo Keyed Stars to just hold on in the early stages, but it's a 5v2. We spoke about this. Lot of favor in the side of Fluxo. Lenda's trying to get a flank going here, but as you can see, Legion's been put down with that death mark. The flank doesn't work. Lukid gets another kill on the round. It's all down to Daffodil. They know exactly where they as they funnel through yellow. They gift him a double, bring us into a 1 versus 3. Now, you know that there's still some presence on the floor above. Maybe they come down spiral. You can hear the creeping and the crawling. The nade has been tossed, but Raps will attempt to get the case down. Lots of information. Red pings galore for Daffodil. He spots the head. He gets another. That's a triple. It is ace or kick here for Daffodil. Is he able to find the last 2? 30 seconds to go. A ton of damage dealt. He gets another. It's a quad. Whip it. Is there a chance?
He's on for it here as well. Low HP. Raps is a good position to lock this one out on that case itself. A dangerous peek of the AK-12, just too good to get the job done. Denies us, so an 8's clutch to open up this matchup, but Raps does get that one on lock. for the side of Fluxo. And great conversion on the beginning offensive round for this side.
You gotta be happy if you are Fluxo. Maybe a little disappointed that it came all the way down to a 1 versus 1, but the best way to set the tone on your map pick on the attack is to get that opening round 1. Well, it should have been a much more convincing round than it actually was in reality, but hey, they got the win. I suppose that's all that matters when you look back in the history books. Well, but let's talk about that first minute from Fluxo. How quickly they were able to get inside the map, how quickly they identified the 2 roamers that Vivo Kid had in place and isolated them into those 2v1 situations where even if that roamer did get a kill, you could trade it back.
I'm very impressed with that. I'm so super impressed with that, considering how difficult this map can be from the attacking aspect going into it. They were very capable of taking the map control early, diving into site and getting that control. Or diving into the building and getting that control and giving themselves a massive advantage early. Daffodil did get close to that moment of that hero play. Didn't quite connect for it, unfortunately. Of course, it's difficult to ask a moment of hero play from someone in the opening round of a matchup like this, though. Still a long road ahead. It's a marathon, not a sprint, in the best of 3, of course.
That is the thing. It is all about playing, you know, the long game. You don't want to start too fast and burn out pretty early. You don't want to start too slow and find yourselves chasing what could be a unsurmountable lead ahead of you. So, round 2 will begin. Defensive lineup has been set, and we're seeing even more Thorn. Funny enough, in the last map, we saw a lot of Thorn. We're seeing Thorn in the early stages of this one as well. Not an operator that has been utilized all too much ever since the ACOG was removed from the ability. Well, I suppose it was the 1.5 times at that point. Yeah, it was the 1.5. But, you know, there are people who are probably watching this who've just got into Siege and never saw the 1.5.
Lucky for them. Lucky for them that didn't have to deal with the Wardens, that didn't know how to use their goggles when you're dealing with a full Ying execution in a ranked matchup when your promotion's on the line. A bit of stall out here for these sides so far. Fluxo a little bit slower pacing in this matchup. It's on that Thorn that we do mention, falling back a little bit. And at 35 still to work with in this. Perhaps the hero of the previous round. 1v1 kill to his name, but a critical one of that will save that round. Let's see this one plays out. Front lines formed, and defensively, it's going to be a difficult one to break down.
It's playing on top of those Visa stairs. He's got a really tough job ahead of him. Astro as well. It's going to be the player that will fight that battle, but the barbed wire is perfect for hits. He will swing off the back of it as a fully horizontal attack from Fluxo. But with just a minute left, you gotta say things are looking really good for Vivo Kid on this defense. Nade will be tossed. That gets rid of the shield, and on the back of that, hits will fall back, leaving Lenda to battle this one out. Daffodil holding an angle as well. 50 seconds to go. Can Fluxo find that all-important opening pick?
They need it right now. It's oh, we get that drone, Lenda. Just about finds it. That shotgun tucked up on this doorway as well would be such a difficult thing to displace. Position of vending still held. Checker hallway will be a nightmare to traverse. Lenda needs to win this one. Body stacking up, though, one by one. The silhouettes arrive. Playing your life, staying alive could be key for this one. Although here comes the pressure. Fluxo storms straight in towards site. Either clear long desk, and Hashi gets that done with the pistol. 4 versus 2 advantage. Through the wall, finding 3. Shut down, left in DB&O, leaving it all down the Hates alone. Against 3. Case isn't cold in the hands of Raps. 8 seconds remaining. Not out of the realm of possibility. Needs to win this next one, but time is running out. Case goes down. And now that clock works against him. It'll be an agonizing 40 seconds.
Fluxo in a phenomenal position now. They know exactly where Hates is playing. If one player can answer the call, though, it is him. And there's the opening pick. Now, there should be a cross on both sides. At least, that's what you'd expect Fluxo to do, and that's exactly what it is. So, Hates essentially pushes in, but there'll be another cross at the next waypoint. There should be no way at all that Hates can win this round. Some damage being dealt, but no, Hates makes it into a 1 versus 1. All of a sudden, this becomes very winnable. He's going to start defusing that case. 3-2. Here's the swing. Hates does go for it, but Lukid will find the winning kill. 2 rounds in a row where Fluxo have got the case down. 2 rounds in a row where they've almost let Vivo Keystars back into the game. But at the end of the day, Whippet, it's about getting the job done. It doesn't matter how pretty it is. Fluxo have a 2-0 lead.
It's a massive advantage for them so far on this map, considering how things are going or how things have been historically on this side. Fluxo, great beginning from them. I love the way that when it's time to go, they just absolutely crash into that defense and win their ones. Go am I and Vending, you gotta feel a little bit unfortunate for them. Bodies stacking up every time a shoulder peak arrives. One more silhouette arrives in that hallway. Not ideal to take those fights. Didn't work out, unfortunately. Now, well, down to this. 2 rounds in favor of Fluxo on the offense. Vivo Keystars need to get themselves, find a way into this.
Next round begins, and Fluxo, well, as you pointed out, they find themselves in a brilliant position at this point of the game. 2-0 lead on attack, forcing a site swap again from Vivo Keyed, as they're just trying to find somewhere where they can get the advantage. Mira will be deployed. Full attacking lineup swap coming in from Fluxo. They're bringing Monty, they're bringing Amaru, they're bringing Ying. So they're going to go into the top floor as quick as possible to garner control, and then they're going to use Monty to put even more oppression in towards the site. I love this lineup that's being brought by Vivo Keystars.
You know, close enough, Gibby.
Yeah.
I do like this again. It's an aggressive lineup. They're trying to buy space early. Multi's been massively effective in all these regions and every region internationally at buying that space. Ying does it too. Not just being able to flash and capitalize off picks, you can get that space bought with it as well. Solus will get information on that yellow stairs, choking out a highway of drones. Trying their best to maybe limit that utility, limit that visibility available for this side. They know that Solus is there. I think they spotted that out, and the Amaru of Astro seems to be ready for it. Primed and ready, sends in that Gyro hook and gets that control. Staring down a mirror window, but no one's there. No one's even aware of his position. Doesn't check the corner, looking for 2, but Malti's there for cover. 3 versus 3.
There's the trade game that we spoke about. That's Fluxo keeping themselves level-headed. Hits, goes for the peak towards yellow, but Hashi knows he's there. Hashi in a big 1 versus 1 now. Nade will be tossed, but it's thrown a little bit too far away. There's the vault, and his hits will get the kill advantage back in favor of Vivo Keystars. It's Monty and Ace. They'll need to work together now to find an avenue of access in towards this site. Lots of information garnered on the position of these 2 attackers. But the big thing now is those C4s. Can they get some value? No real drones to work with. No real cameras for the defenders to work with in this situation. But they've got the man count advantage. They've got control of site. It is all down to Fluxo to make something happen.
As Monty will buy them space, the mirror pinned in the corner now. No easy option. It should be a freebie, and it will be. 1 more falls. The AK-12 finds it. Confirmation that was that mirror that fell. Smoke goes out to try and buy some space, and it's going to be a little bit of death box here. Not a lot of cover to work with. Cano, realistically, the only thing they have. Raps needs to get this drone to spot these players out. His fallen teammates can act as that sentry, guiding him in. 30 seconds. They need to get this case down. It's going to be in the hands of Ace as well. Can't shuffle that around, and I have a feeling they're expecting to go down. They drop it down the hatch. The delivery system. First class post with that smoke has dispersed. Got a second one. They send it out the other way, out towards benches. They march out towards this plant.
There's nowhere really safe though. As you look, he's scouting around to work out where to put it down. He eventually finds somewhere he's happy with, but Hits will step through. It's only a bait, 10 seconds to go. Hits will fall at the hands of Mitrix, and now it's all down to Stemple. The cover has to be good. There's only 5 seconds. They're getting 1 chance, and that's all they need for Fluxo. Raps gets the kill, and Fluxo 3-0 lead for them. They just do not say die. It's been an incredible game of back and forward so far. Fluxo have managed to win every single round. But Whippet, it's not been the rounds that you think they should have won comfortably. It's come down to 1 versus 1s. And then the round that you think they should lose, they win by the skin of their teeth. What are we watching here on Consulate?
Watching a very, very locked-in Fluxo side break down the defensive structure of Vivo Keystars going into it. This is a difficult one for them to handle. Vivo Keystars calling their tactical timeout now. 3 rounds deep in this matchup. I think a wise choice for them. Just got to feel a little bit. They need to stop the bleeding at this moment. They need to get themselves around now because I have a feeling Fluxo might use this momentum and build off it. They might become an unstoppable force if you do not slow them down right now.
I think that if you're a Fluxo fan, you're going to love what you're seeing, because at the very least, it has been entertaining to kick us off. 3-0 lead on Consulate. We said it a little bit earlier. If you are direct, if your attacks are clean, you can get a lot of value here on this map. Site swap once more, as Vivo Keyed will go down to the basement. Remember, this is where they elected to start the game, and it was almost won by an incredible clutch by Daffodil, who's only got 1 kill since that point. Attacking lineup, it's not reset in stone just yet, but a couple of early changes as Raps will move over to the Thermite. You'll see Mitrix bring in Deimos, the 1v1 operator. Whippet, what are your thoughts on... yeah, as soon as I say Deimos, he's going to get switched out. Monty moves over. Glaz is going to be brought to the action too. 3, 2, 1. We can finally lock in. We're going to see some Glaz.
Every time we mention operator Gibson, it seems to be on that take, or they always swap away from it. Unrealistically, looking at this offensive lineup coming into it, this is a rather standard one from Fluxo, but I think the attribute of this side does not come from their operation selection. It does come from how they use their utility available to them. They've been fantastic at getting that control, buying it. The Monty is something I'm very intrigued to see how they begin to work with this one. Time and time again, we do see this middle floor be an area where attacks can live and die. That player tasked to hold on the lobby and lounge with the hatch open can be critical. And a C4 primed and ready. Eight's trying to catch someone unaware. He does have that lineup to make sure he tries and lands that perfectly. Don't think he will. I don't think anyone's going to take that bait just yet.
If you die to that, you're fuming, though. It's as simple as that. Monty's already walked in bottom yellow, but hits could be a problem as he starts to creep his way down. They know he's there, though. Look, Monty's already stepped in. Hornet is trying to do some damage with the Maestro cam. Oh, this is excellent. Case is going to go down. Monty needs the body block. That's what he's going to do. Hashi will get the opening kill. Hornet still looking for that line of sight, but with 1 minute and 55 seconds, they come off the case. Raps could have got that down, Whippet, but something happened. He didn't quite like what he saw, and he pulled off the plant.
He didn't like the setup that they had. They had a flurry of smokes. They had a wave of chaos. And that those evil eyes, that's going to be the issue right now. Check behind the car. They know they're safe from that. Hear the mute on yellow stairs, but there's still all these blue silhouettes of Vivo Keystars lurking upstairs on that mid floor, holding control. Verticality is going to be the benefit of this defensive side. And they could have stuck it. I don't think they felt confident in their ability to stick that retake or stick that post plant, so they're pivoting away from that direct style of approach. They get control of that verticality, knowing that that could have unraveled that round with the information the Evil Eyes were providing.
You can see some of the attackers have taken some damage off the course of this round, but they still have the numerical advantage. Monty will walk into piano. Daffodil now finding himself in a very dangerous stance indeed, but here comes the cover. Daffodil will win his one, but is the trade there from Lenda? Yes, it is. 3v3, but his HP down to just 10, but he does have the shotgun, but what does it matter when Raps has the covering angle? 3v2. Hornet went to try for a retake, rotated all the way around, but now we'll have to go back towards the site because Stempel is all alone. They're playing from above, but if they can find one safe angle where we'll not see some cover, they should get the case down, but look at the angle. Stempel finds back to a 2v2.
Stemp's now created a dilemma in this round. You now have a complete awareness of Solace is upstairs and a Maestro still persisting in this round. You'll hear the ACS-12, the war drum rattles off, you know that threat's arriving, but look at this! Raps gets the case down! Solace would have the information, needs to win that one, and does so. The marksman rifle in the hands of Astro is good for one. Leaving it down to a 1 versus 1. Thermite and DVO should be finished off for this one. The thermal spots of Astro's good. Fluxo finding 4.
Big round. Whippet, what is this game? Every single round has been a just, you know, cataclysm. I don't know what. I don't even know how to describe what we've seen so far. It's just been chaos from start to finish. And well, chaos has been a ladder for Fluxo as they have climbed their way to a 4-0 lead. It came down to one of the fastest firing low damage weapons in the game to one of the bigger DMRs, the Glaz one, and well, Glaz comes out on top. Fluxo 4-0 lead. Whippet, I don't like to say very often that this is going to be a one-sided matchup, but Fluxo are doing a ton of good work here on their attacks.
Fluxo have walked out with the intention of throwing absolutely everything at these offensive rounds, and it's kind of catching Vivo Keystars napping, and they've done that. They found 4 successful rounds. They find themselves a 5th. That's going to be a massive benefit for them in this round, in this matchup, I should say. You just got to feel the more they grow into this matchup, the more momentum that they build, the scarier it gets.
Well, tech pause here as we get ready to...
Oh, I lost you there for a second.
We did. We vanished off into the ether. We don't know what happened, but we're both back, I think. I hope. we did get asked if we were AI earlier. Maybe we are. Maybe the software's been unplugged.
I think we need a new update, Gibson. I think we're running out of firmware, you could say.
Oh, I'm at that point now where I'm becoming obsolete. The updates make me worse and worse. I'm not going to lie.
Planned obsolescence, Gibby. That's what it is. You could say. But Vivo Keystars is struggling to get into this matchup so far. Now, this is the map choice of Fluxo coming into it. So, for them, you'd expect a stronger result. They are confident bringing this map out early in the best of 3 picking stage. So, they had a variety of maps to choose from, and they wanted to go here for a reason. And realistically, this is a statement piece matchup from them. Looking towards the future, now I know it's a little bit early to do that on the opening map, but at Night Haven Labs is next. And again, it's a map that's not the most common to see teams go to. It's kind of a Marmite map. Some teams love it, some teams hate it. And to have that come out is going to be a real test for Fluxo, I feel.
Yeah, well, one thing is for sure, get your map won. It doesn't matter if you win 7-0. It doesn't matter if you win in full overtime match point. You just got to win. And, well, 4 rounds in a row to get us started on attack will certainly help Fluxo. Now, I know we didn't get to do the pre-game for this one, but one of the things that I know that Connor and Ian were talking about in the in the calls and stuff before was, A, they were talking about how big Hates was going to be for this game, and secondly, we all kind of thought, I think everybody assumed that this would be a Vivo Keystars win over the course of a best of 3. Well, Fluxo, as every good team does, has just said, oh, don't rule us out.
I mean, yeah, I'm guilty for it as well. My predictions went for Vivo Keystars. I mean, so were yours, Gibby.
Yes. Well, we're both wrong or we're both right today. There's no bragging rights in this today because we both went for the same predictions.
We're either both winning or both in the trenches, and it feels like we're both in the trenches right now. Neither of our teams have had the greatest of showings in this that we've chosen in our predictions coming into, but Fluxo have looked acceptable. And we did mention Hates. The real factor for this is what Hates is playing to the best that Hates can is a very scary thing to deal with. We've seen it time and time again throughout the regular season. We saw a little bit in the playoffs coming into it. Hates is exceptional as a player. Hornet not bad as well. Actually, Hornet is also exceptional on this. The question that's always going to be raised about these players is that consistency, that hit or miss moment. Because when they're not in the server, the team can feel a little bit deflated, a little bit flat. I feel like right now we've not even seen an opportunity for these players to show themselves because Fluxo have been, well, that all-consuming.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, when these two teams played each other in the regular season, it was the Hates show. Hates had so much fun with Fluxo, and I am so impressed with the fact that Fluxo have just found a way to keep him quiet. Now, you look at the scoreline, if you're just joined the broadcast, if you missed the start, and you're coming in, you're going, wow, Fluxo are winning 4-0. Well, 2 of the rounds at the very start came down to 1 versus 1s. The 3rd round was a round that Fluxo should have lost, but they ended up winning. And the 4th round was even more chaos that came down to a 1 versus 1. So every single round has come right down to the wire. Yes, there's been a little bit of throwage, a little bit of trolling, but we get that from time to time on the side of Fluxo, but they do have that 4-0 lead.
You're well used to better trolling. Do it to my elo all the time.
No, it's you'll always point the finger at me whenever we both know that if you take the time to look introspectively and watch back the VODs, you'll realize that we are both elo trolls.
You know what, Gibby? While that might be true, my copium is too strong. I do think there are bigger trolls than us. I have to say, we're not the biggest trolls.
Right. Yeah, we both are though. Let's be real.
No.
If you come up, if you do come up against us though in any game,
you're losing. I'm taking your elo.
Yeah, and then you have to live with the fact that you lost to us. Like, it's just not, it's not a good thing to do. But Whippet, I'll ask you a question. We have seen a lot of chaos so far in this matchup. Through the first 4 rounds, it has been anything but clean. It has been anything but, you know, perfect Siege. What are we going to get in round 5?
More of the same, please. I wouldn't mind that, realistically. I want that. This is the type of Siege I love watching. Now, I love to see the optimal teams play. I love to watch pinpoint precision and strategy. A little bit of chaos. That's what I'm here for moving into this. And, well, we're back. Waffle done. Give me talk for a bit.
You want me to talk for a bit? We've just spoken for 5 hours to fill there.
Yeah, but
right?
but I'm done waffling. I'm done yapping. Your time to do a little bit of yapping.
Lock in, Whippet.
You
lock in.
Oh, you lock in.
Lock in, right. Well, Vivo Keys certainly need to lock in here if they want to get any positivity from their defensive half. The very best they can muster now is a 2-4. Piano will be the site. Last time we saw a pretty much effective push from the Monty and the Amaru as they cleared the top floor. This time, it's something a little bit different. Capitao is being brought. IQ is being brought to the fray. And you seen that swap, that pick over to IQ? It definitely has been impacted by the fact Valk is in play.
I have to agree with you on that one, Gibson. Actually, a little bit cautious of an aggressive peek from the windows. The feeling, though, after this moment, you gotta feel that realistically, gonna get aggressive with it. Fluxo, he's gonna find the opening pick yet again. Astro gonna be the credit with that one. Bounding around downstairs in server. Finds that freebie. And that's the ideal start yet again. 5 versus 4. We've only really just started the round.
Yeah, Hornet not really got going yet at all. 0 and 4 so far for one of the players that we said would have a huge impact. Solace with the shotgun, by the way. A little change up, not electing to use the P90 this time around. Look at getting on repel on printer windows as well as they're trying to hunt out where these individual defenders could be. Because there's always, no matter how well set up a defense is, there's always going to be a weak link in the chain. 2 defenders now on the other side, and that's certainly not the weak link. Daffodil playing behind Amira will say thank you very much, Hashi, for that one as the sides go level at 4 players each.
Critical moment for this side to get themselves level in terms of player count active in this server. Site is down below again, so you're contending for a lot of space upstairs, but again, it's empty real estate. You can't get your win condition applied. It does assist that, of course, why you want this. Fluxo, you need to use that aggression. You need to find a way to break this deadlock. The mirror window makes that a very difficult endeavor to do so. Hornet will have information on that Solace when he's not holding that angle. Zemp is forced to retreat down yellow. No one's holding his crossfire, so this should be safe. Cautious of the depths of basement, though. Solace will scan away, looking for any opportunity. Anyone on that camera that Fluxo might prevail.
Daffodil tucked into the corner. This is essentially a coffin for Daffodil to clear, but Hornet has a lot of work to do. He is, in essence, his cover. He's got to play off the contact of his teammate. Some information has been gathered, and I think Daffodil has realized that he has now been spotted, but you've still got to clear these players. There's only 40 seconds left on the round, and it is a switch now in approach as they begin to push towards that X position side. Stemple will find the kill onto Mitrix as they get the numerical advantage. Lenda getting ready for the push. He could really lend a hand to his team now, but there's Lukid getting the kill onto Stemple. Raps will fall at the hands of Daffodil, who is still playing his own game on the top floor. 20 seconds to go. Lukid needs to win this one.
Where did Chalet open up above Astro? He needs to win his one. It's good for it as well. One that falls to that one, but it's all down to Lucan alone. 1 versus 1. Timer hits red. 5 seconds remain. Is up against Daffodil on that Warden. 000 dawning. Can Lucan stick the case? He can. And will he be good for cover? A dangerous gamble. Where will Warden appear from? Staircase or the hatch? Pick one or forever rest your peace, and he will try and take the drop shot. Prone! 3 in the round for Daffodil. Saves it. And Vivo Keatsars find their 1.
This is one of the craziest games I have seen of Siege this stage. Has there been more than 2 players alive at the end of any single round? Has there even been a round yet, Whippet, where there's been, you know, 1 player alive? I know we had one round that finished with 1 player DBNO and 1 player up, but this is incredible. Vivo Keyed finally get off the mark in this one. A defensive round has been found, but for Fluxo, they've still got a commanding lead. They got the case down once more. This is a massive round in this matchup. Can Vivo Keyed take a round to take a 2-4 half, or will Fluxo ride off into the sunset with a 5-1 attacking half?
Well, that round was critical for them to stop that momentum. Begins to give a lifeline for Vivo Keyed on their defense. But again, we would have wanted them to get a little bit of a further investment on this side. It can be often favorable in this region. Fluxo, very impressed with how they've looked so far. Upstairs we go. Often you see teams daring enough to bring in a Maru style of play, where they like to get aggressive and bait utility by using that Gora hook in and out that window, getting out smoke, C4s, and you name it. Not going to be the option this time around. More traditional style of play. I have a feeling Fluxo will go for a take all the way on admin side.
So, this round will begin. Round 6, the final one of the defensive half for Vivo Keyed Stars. So far, Daffodil is having himself a game. 9-4 as he leads the way for this side. Hits, though, playing tucked in the corner. 4 and 5, getting ready to fight with Fluxo at one of the points of entry inside the map. He will sit, he will wait, he'll bide his time, but Mitrix has already moved off into the sunset, off to somewhere else. Look at on the top floor as well. I feel like this is going to be a very, you know, dare I say, we're going to see some split theory in action?
No. No. Okay, we will. I wanted to shut you down there, Gibby, I can't lie. Just nah. Not gonna happen. But it will be a little bit of that not committing to everything in one angle. Let's see how this one works out coming into it. 4-1 scoreline. The Fluxo have been exceptional so far. Let's see how things continue.
Astro waiting by the hatch. What he wants is to put enough pressure on these players above that one of the defenders might drop and give you a freebie. Mitrix is playing on the rappel as well, but as you can see, the only way the player will get that angle is if he goes deeper inside of box. It's a big long-range angle. This will certainly suit the ACOG on Astro, but he's going to bail off the back of that one. Hits will hit the retreat now too as he makes his way up yellow stairs. It is now a very horizontal push across the map. Hashi, you can see those long angles with the IQ, but still, 1 minute and 13 left in the round. Fluxo not managing to find an opening kill. This is pretty good for Vivo Keyed Stars.
Just about 60 seconds remain. 10 players still standing. Lender, MP5K, primed and ready to take these gunfights. Not going to be easy. Shut down. Astro finds that one, but he'll get himself traded. Shotgun up close and personal, but not good for 2. Fluxo, so good at the ends of the rifles. Able to find opportunity after opportunity. But now can they capitalize? Logic bomb goes out. Hates down below on that Solus. High impact defender can deny any hopes and dreams around for Fluxo. That's exactly what Vivo Keyed Stars need.
I don't know what this game is. I tell you what, it's definitely got the feeling of knockout siege. Everything's on the line. Nothing is clean. Everything is earned in this matchup. 18 seconds to go. Those smoke canisters can still use up a lot of time. Hornet with no kills, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't get a kill as long as he can continue to keep the pressure on this push from Fluxo. Hits below, could stop this round. Look at Dawes find the kill, the one that hits. Down goes the Solace. It's a 3v2. The case is going down. Can Stemple find him? Yes, he can. Vivo Keyed Stars, 2-4 half, but it was another bit of chaos.
This is the siege I absolutely love. Chaos from every corner. To steal the tagline from Berlin Major so many moons ago, greatness comes from chaos. And that's what we're witnessing. 4-2 split. Fluxo can hold their heads up high though. That opening 4 rounds, that flurry was absolutely stunning. Vivo Keyed Stars rally the troops. They get themselves back in this fight. They now move to the offensive side. Fluxo on the defense. Let's see how things work.
Big round. You always talk about it. Since we started casting 15 years ago. See, the game wasn't even out yet.
It's been that long, Gibby.
It's been that long. You've always said that round 7, this side swap, is one of the pivotal rounds in any game. Now, usually, that's because the team that's going on attack are 4-2 up or 3-3 from their defensive half. It's even more important now for Fluxo, because if they get this round, they get that daylight, that 3-round daylight. You'll feel like if you bet on Fluxo with your channel points, things are looking pretty safe. But
I didn't make a channel point prediction. No,
you didn't.
No,
you didn't.
No.
But you're not playing. You're not playing favorites in this game, so it's fine. But
am I, or am I not?
I hope not. But the question I'll pose to you though is, if Vivo Kid were watching the last game, they're bound to be feeling pretty good at their chances of coming back from here too, because at the end of the day, Black Dragons came back from a 3-round deficit in the matchup on Chalet.
Very true. You gotta imagine though that I think they would have been more committed to the process of locking in, getting ready for this matchup, knowing the stakes on the line. See how things begin to play out. Flash buying sent, trying to buy some space. Hates the player to watch in this moment. Really feeling. Hates to pop off on this offensive side. See how C8 down below. Pass to chewing open that floor. Again, a very scary process to even step on a single floor beam, not knowing what lurks down below.
All very tense, isn't it, in this round so far? Vivo Kid make their way in towards that admin side. Astro rotating back up yellow, not finding anything for free below, so he'll reposition himself in and around site itself. Biggest problem when you're attacking this area of the map is always that shield that's tucked inside the corner. The fact that Lookid will be able to have plenty of magnets out as well means that it should be even more difficult to deal with if you're one of those attackers. But the best thing is, you see these 3 defenders that are all essentially playing on a rope. They're there to play for each other's trade. They're all covering each other on pushes from certain sides of the map. But will they be able to hold strong? There is the flames being thrown to Lookid, and they are going to take him down. Hits is able to get his 5th kill of the game, and that's one of those puzzles removed. Raps takes a ton of damage here as well.
Oh, you just feel that shoulder peak. If he coming in a second longer, he could have maybe found a one-tap or would have lost his life. Fluxo, 1 player down. The front lines begin to fall. You've lost to Amai, so the safety net of those magnets has been reduced, and Daffodil nearly gets a freebie. Mitrix is going to be left in DBNO, however, so will be out of the fight. Likely not going to get recovered anytime soon. Verticality player spotted out. That will be the buck down below. Hates off the board. An absolute slew of goo mines go off. 3 damage. Stemp finds 1. Astro's off the board. Flurry now. The kill feed's going to get messy. So will this round. Bodies strewn around. Level on playing now. Fluxo need this round to continue to grow their advantage, but they're a player down. Hornet finding Hashi. Everyone's wounded. Everyone's giving their best. Real scraps here in Consulate. And the case might go down. Is cover going to be good enough? Daffodil tasked for the air jab's absolutely perfect. And it's going to be shut down. Lend is good. Vivo Kid starts 1 more back.
Another round that went right down to the wire at the very end. Good cover from Lenda on the Capital, who got tons of value. He was pivotal to getting rid of Lookid on that shield earlier on the round as well. 4-3. Vivo Kid Stars will be feeling much better now, having found 3 rounds in a row. If they find the next, the sides will be level, and we're going to exposition piano. Whip it. Look, honestly,
Hello.
aren't you so glad that we're not a play-by-play caller? Because there's very little color to give on this one. This has just been chaos.
Normally you've got a color, and normally you got a play-by-play. But with us, you've got Yapper number 1, Yapper number 2. You both have master's degrees in Yapology. That's what we're here to do.
Got them from the University of Yapchester.
This bit again.
Yeah, this bit. This is what Yappers do.
I'm shocked that you haven't recycled the same bit, Gibby. You know, when we went from Bravo to main yesterday, you brought out the same joke, not expecting me to realize. You used the same phrase yesterday, Gibby. Shocking from you, really.
You love it, really, though. No, if it's yes, you do. Yes, you do. So, getting locked in again, round 8. A lot of time for the attackers to work with. 3 minutes can feel like an eternity. As I always say, if you were to sit by yourself and count out every single second for 3 minutes, you'll get an idea of how long a round of Siege can actually be. So if you're the attackers, you've got checkpoints in your head, little tasks that you want to achieve at each of those intervals, whether those are 30-second intervals or 1-minute intervals, Vivo Keyed will have things they'll want to do. One thing is for sure, they'll want to establish vertical control before there's 1 minute left in the round, because then you can force those defenders into those very tough positions to deal with. But when you're thinking about the checkpoints and you're thinking about must-dos for Vivo Keyed, what do you think is the most important thing they do first?
Oh, I'm unsure, Gibby.
Win this one.
Okay, win your one's always good. Thing for me, Gibby, is... Oh, well...
Win that one.
Well, it's difficult to win that one. Astro absolutely shuts down Lender. Both these teams absolutely trading blows. Absolute chaos around the map, it feels. The opening pick does go the way of Fluxo. That's exactly what they need. Vivo Keyed starts to find themselves a little bit delayed.
Minute and 32. We're halfway through the round now. Stempel can see the foot. Mitrix gets the kill though as the defenders start to really take an advantage on this one. Hornet walks in, and no quicker did he walk through the door that he was sent back to the next round. Astro gets another, leaving it all down to the sole attacker. Stempel all alone playing on the top, gets his one, but there's the trade from Mitrix. Fluxo, well, normal service resumed for this matchup. They extend their lead.
What do you mean normal service, Gibby?
It was crazy. It was chaos.
Nothing's been normal about this game so far.
They've got a 5-3 lead, right? That's what normal. They've been winning rounds. That's what's normal about this one.
They have been winning rounds indeed. They've been winning it in, I would say, exciting fashion coming into this. But Fluxo have looked exceptional here on Consulate so far. We keep at this tempo, at this rhythm, you'd expect them to be able to close this map out unless something drastic changes. Vivo Keyed stars. This is their map pick, of course. Best of threes are in effect in the LCQs. You just feel as we move towards labs in the second one, labs might also benefit this aggressive playstyle that Fluxo have been bringing out.
I love the aggression though. Like, the thing is, as the attacking side, it is down to you to set the tempo in any given round. The defenders, they show their cards in the prep phase. Once you work out what they're doing, it's up to you to solve it. When the defenders are the ones that are setting the tempo, that's when the attacking team is under real pressure. Now, down in the basement, there's multiple different ways you can attack this. The most common one we've seen recently is where you just get the breach open, you establish vertical control inside a piano, and you try to execute your attack from there. Reinforcement by the secret side will make that push from the opposite side of the map a little more difficult. But just look at how extended this roam is. Look where they're putting cameras on the top floor weapon. Look, so much of this defense is based on holding the top.
No IQ in effect either, so they won't be able to deny these cameras and stop that free information. Aggressive peeks out that main lobby door looking to buy a freebie. No one will be in that proximity yet. Maybe. Ooh. Nearly caught out there. Thermite will still be lucky to be in this matchup. That was Hornet again. Massive firepower. Your Echo of Astro was able to find that. Just didn't quite line up for him.
2 minutes to work with for the attackers. Still not doing a great job of clearing it, but the 1 versus 1 has been initialized. Lesion will probably try to rotate. I love the fact that Legion's got Valk on his hip as well, so if Deimos pushes the 1v1, the trait will be there, or at least should be there in theory, as Legion goes a hunting for the Deimos on the other side. He's left his Valk a little bit further behind to cover his flank, but all in all, Fluxo doing a great job of controlling the time on this matchup. Vivo Keyed stars need to force an entry somewhere. You can see the silhouettes. It's all very focused on pushing from that garage side.
Fluxo doing a great job of controlling the pace and tempo of this matchup. They swing it from hyper aggressive to slowed right down, messing with the internal rhythm of these players. Verticality is the key. That wall should be opened up. It is. Can't be denied for forever. Even with those Dodo canisters, it does get denied above as well. So, Vivo Keyed stars now have access in towards site, a direct avenue, but the roam presence still exists. The Legion, that's going to be Lucas lurking upstairs in Visa, a massive problem for this side if they don't know where he is. It's all well and good having piano, if no one's watching your back and, well, no one's on the drones. Daffodil actually is. His job's to lock this down. Daffodil, do you have the right drone, the right position, right information?
Well, they've certainly got a lot of drones out. 5 to work with. They should know where the majority of these defenders are. Stemple will be the first player to take some damage. Here's the big engagement, but there's only 20 seconds on the clock. Legion wins it. Astro got another down by sight, making it a 3v4. Hornet is pretty close to some form or shape of cover to attempt to get a plant down, but there's the Zodo canisters. That's going to freeze him into place. 9 seconds. C4 from Raps. 4 versus 2. Time is ticking away. Fluxo are about to move onto map point. Hashi will get the kill. Couple of extra bullets just to make sure and whip it. Fluxo 1 round away from winning their map.
Few extra rounds. You never want to trust 9mm in any game. Never knows the job. But they get it locked in. They get themselves on a map point here on their map choice. And that round realistically plays around that flank. That push up from Visa, that retake of mid-floor. There was nothing they could do in that position. There was no option for it. We saw we had 2 players, the Nomad and Hornet on that Thermite, watching the flanks on those drones. The moment they weren't there, they pop up, the flank is there, the round completely unravels. Vivo Keystars might need a miracle. They might need something just a little bit special. And well, the lineup that they're presenting so far seems to be just that. This is the play that we'd see so many teams do across every region. And Amaru on this, a Ying on that rappel to help cover. Normally, you want to see a Buck down below to deny access behind that desk and chew open off his floor to be a massive threat and a dilemma late into that round.
Couple of things to keep an eye on as well for the defenders. There is no smoke in place. You have a couple of C4s, 3 of course, to work with, but usually the Amaru will go in and out of the window baiting those smokes. The Goyo canisters will be very, very important to clear if you want to execute that attack. Daffodil will have a massive impact on the round 2. You'll see 2 trails of thought with the way that the Blitz will push this. One will be going in from below and up yellow stairs. The other will likely be dropping that yellow hatch. Solace is the player, though, that you spoke about, that you need to clear because you need to control Piano if you want to make that push work.
Oh, great drone. Matrix position completely compromised, but not a lot you can do with that in this moment. Not revealed to a window. Easy crossfire, can't catch him either. Capcan is on the board. Who will be the unfortunate soul, Gibby?
You want me to guess?
I want you to predict. I want you to spoil
Daffodil.
the round for me.
Daffodil.
Okay. I see it. Moru is in play. And normally we see this setup out for the office execution. This time around, it looks to be out towards connector window. This is going to be a fake setup. You're going to fake this setup. You're going to fake this push. As they're going to go in a different window. They're trying to stick it somewhere else. The Warden's first to fall. Finds that trade out towards Stemp, though. And that's going to be your Amaru. Pace is now cold in this round, but Fluxo fall. 1 more player's off into towards the grave. Hornet gets that kill credit. And Lucan has a difficult fight all the way up yellow stairs against the Blitz.
Oh, you hate that. You hate that. Blitz peeks across. Lenda will get his 1. The Blitz does fall, though, as it's a 4 versus 1. Hits Hornet and Lenda on their feet. Daffodil will be brought back into play. There's the peak. Hornet gets the kill. Vivo Keyed take round 10 and get themselves ever so closely. Remember a few rounds ago, we were talking about how Hornet hadn't really showed up. He'd 1 kill in the game. He's suddenly played himself back into something respectable stats-wise in this matchup, and he's gotten Vivo Keyed closer to parity. But as we always point out, when the opposition is on map point, you've got to be perfect. And I'll tell you one thing for free. None of the rounds in this matchup have been perfect yet.
If that's what you're telling me for free, how much do I have to pay for the good advice?
You know what rate we're on.
No, but no, the Gibby advice.
Oh, like you want like Gibson coaching?
I want the Gibby coaching.
It's just feed me and
Alright?
yeah.
What do you want? Want a spice bag?
Do it.
Alright,
Done deal. I'll send you a full 1,000-page PDF on how to play Siege later.
On Siege, I was looking for a life coach, Gibby.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Warning labels are there for a reason.
Well, who done it the first time?
Yeah.
Well, tell you what, Vivo Keystars might need a little bit of a warning here against Fluxo. Not going to be an easy team to break down. They need to be perfect. And they find a way to do it. Fluxo, a couple more rounds. 2 bites of the cherry to lock this one out. They get it done before overtime dawns.
This is a big, big round. I think for Fluxo's mental, just getting over the line now as they've kind of let Vivo Keed back into it. Ever since the side swap, the rounds have been 50-50. Vivo Keed have won 2 of their attacks. Fluxo have won 2 of their defenses. Roam presence is in place once more. Legion, those goo mines are great for getting information, great for getting a little bit of damage done onto those attackers too. But look at the amount of information that IQ is able to garner from the roof. The big thing IQ is looking for is, where are the vault cams? That is what matters most. Because with the fact you've got C4s in play, you got to deal with it. And well, C4, because Vault's taking impacts with it.
I mean, the impact's just as deadly as well. They can deny that plant, and realistically, if you think about it, well-timed impact with the great information, that's 2 plant denials for the price of 1 nitro cell. Greater variety of utility getting brought out with that IQ. Mop, you can get it. I think they got it.
No, just give up.
You know what? Bonus point. You get a cookie for that one.
If at first you don't succeed, give up. Right? That's what this. Oh my God,
Okay,
Lenda.
rightio. Right.
Hashi.
Okay, Hashi.
Hashi's been deleted. He was behind a soft wall. He thought he was good, and Lenda was like, nope.
Oh, he ain't good. He ain't good anymore. He's gone.
Only thing, he don't got the dog in him. He got the lead in him. He's gone.
Minute 20, minute 15. Second one now for Lenda. Skeleton key and book combination carving through this round. Can he pick the lock? Can he find a way to break this down? Still, 2 players are still players to find down below. Valkyrie might be a threat. The MPX down below can send up a lot of lead. Impacts might be a threat as well. Lit up and divided by that castle barrier. Drones out to watch the flank. Begin to work their way through this map. Sub 1 minute to work.
I'm telling you, this is really good by Vivo Keed on this attack. They've cleared most of the map. They've got their 2 picks. Lenda has been so good on the book so far, but still, 35 seconds to go. You can put all of the best plans into place, but when time starts to become a pressing concern, like it is right now, it becomes a problem. Lenda takes a little bit of damage as he drops inside a piano, and Lenda will fall. Daffodil takes some damage now too, but Hornet will get the case down. There's the kill. 3v2, making it 2v2. Hornet should confirm that case, and he's all by himself. Look it in wraps in this 2 versus 1 to clutch out the map. All you gotta do is take down Hornet. Sounds pretty easy, doesn't it? But Hornet can be a tough task to work against. Well, never mind. He's down. Look it gets the kill. Triple on the round. And Fluxo. They made us wait. He was like, look it after you. You can defuse. Stemple's already on. Love that. Crouch key definitely works for Rapses.
He's hitting that full range of motion on that squat as Fluxo get that locked in as they take victory here on Consulate against Vivo Keed Stars.
I've seen you pull out that move in an after party whip it.
We don't talk about Copenhagen, but it is a matchup of absolute ebb and flow, back-to-back action, chaos every single corner. Gibby, the victors are going to be Fluxo. Vivo Keed Stars now up against it, backs against the wall. They need to be perfect on their map choice. Matt Haven Labs next.
Yeah, it's as simple as this. They gotta win or else they are going home. This is the final quarter final of Brazil. Semi-finals begin tomorrow, finishing up on Sunday. We're going to get a quick break though, as the smart people can finally enter the room and talk, because we missed them in the pre-game. We'll be back to do more yapping in a few.
All right, it's been a while. We are back with the Blast R6 LCQ Brazil as we try and find out which one of our teams will make it to Manchester in May. I say it's been a while. Me and CDAPS, we've had some technical difficulties behind the scenes trying to get ourselves back on air. You know, this is a bit curtain behind the scenes. I'm a little bit ill, but it's fine. I'm also ill for Brazil, so I'm always going to stick it out for the cause, CDAPS. And it's definitely worth it because Fluxo win their map pick. Vivo Keedstars lose out here 7-4. I think this is a case very much of Fluxo, exceeding your expectations and Vivo Keedstars falling short, right?
Yeah, it was really rough in those first couple of rounds. I thought defensively, Vivo Keedstars were going to look strong. So many of those rounds actually ended up going to a 1v1 that makes you think, in another timeline, all of a sudden, maybe if Vivo Keedstars were able to clutch out those rounds, the score would be completely flipped. But overall, I do think Fluxo definitely deserved that map, and they might have a chance.
What, you think there's a chance of a 2-0 here? What did they do here that made you truly believe that they deserved the dub here?
I think overall, the biggest weakness coming out of Fluxo that we saw in group stage were those abysmal attacks. All of a sudden, they're getting a 4-2 split. They were looking inventive. They were looking exciting. They were able to flood in onto site and just get the bomb down on a consistent way, especially on a map like Consulate that not that many teams here in Brazil have adopted. I find very impressive.
Yeah, that's for sure. And Vivo Keedstars, luckily, they've got their map pick on the horizon, so there is light at the end of the tunnel, but they've got work to do. And Hits is a man who still has work to do as well. He kind of went AWOL in the playoffs after really performing in the groups, and now is the time to step up to the plate.
Yeah, it definitely is. And what you see out of Hates in groups was life-changing and life-altering for Vivo Keedstars, where he was just kind of the beginning and the end. He was their ever-constant player, constantly popping off. Everybody else in the rotation of Vivo Keedstars had their moments here and there where they would step up with Hates. But when we got to playoffs, Hates disappeared. It was like the Avatar, and no longer was he mastering any of the elements. Unfortunately, the only element he was kind of mastering was death. He was just suffering over and over again in the entry department. Not nearly as big of a step back as we would see in the traditional kills and deaths, but with Hates, he's a mid-round player. If he's left alive for the mid-round, all of a sudden he hits a gap real hard and can take over those rounds.
Well, he's got one more chance, then potentially another in a third and final map to step up and show up for his team, Vivo Keedstars. Let's take a look now at Fluxo. Their attacking issues, I know, is something that you've, analyzed over time. In fact, we'll get to that in a moment. Let's just, for anybody who... Oh, no, this is it. I love this. We're moving on the fly, baby. This is how we do it in Brazil. But their attacking issues seemingly were rectified here on map 1, because earlier on, it's been one of their weakest points.
Yeah, it was their weakest point by far, not even close, because 26% attacking win rate was abysmally low. It was one of the lowest, if not the lowest, in the entirety of the Brazilian league. And it made me think, if they were just able to kind of cohere a little bit better on the attacking side, this new roster of a bunch of rookies could maybe have found some success. I found myself saying over and over again, man, I wish Fluxo could win a game. They came so close. At the end of the day, when you're putting up attacking numbers like that, it's just not possible. However, and a big but here is that we've seen so far, getting a 4-2 split on a map like Consulate is showing that Fluxo is going in the right direction. They're exceeding those expectations, and their time down in the open qualifiers and qualifier playoffs seems to have kind of helped them along where they're really developing.
Yeah, they're figuring it out. It seems like they're putting the pieces together, and what a time to do it, but they could potentially still have 2 maps ahead of them. Let's look at the veto in case you missed it. Well, of course you did, because we couldn't get our pre-show to work, but now here we are, so let's do it here and now. No better time than the present, CDAPS.
Yeah, we already saw Consulate. That makes sense. Sure, Vivo Keedstars, it was actually one of their permabans through the group stage until they played it in playoffs, but maybe it's not the worst thing in the world for them to have lost, because now we're going in towards Nighthaven Labs, and that's a permaban from Fluxo. Meanwhile, on the side of Vivo Keedstars, they rarely banned it. They found some success on it, keeping some tight and close games when it got whipped out in playoffs. So I'm feeling confident that maybe they can equalize. And as we go in towards Oregon, it's another kind of weird map where both of these teams have gone kind of iffy, wishy-washy on it, banning it a lot, having it banned against them a lot, not really playing it, but it does seem to be firmly in both of their map pools.
All right, well, Nighthaven Labs is our second map. Can Vivo Keedstars push it to a third and final one? I know that when it comes to our predictions, Connor, we are very much hoping that they do, because we put it all on the line there, saying we see Vivo Keystars in the grand final, not just the semis. But time will tell. But for now, we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll be finally getting into this second map for Vivo Keystars and Fluxo. Do not go anywhere.
at home, but the game may be about to start. We are going to Labs, Whippet, and well, this could be the very final game of the stage for Vivo Keat Stars, unless they manage to win their own map pick.
Is that your voice? I was taking a nap. Oh, the game started.
It was a fever dream. It's a fever dream. You're actually all imagining this, and if you open your eyes, we're still in a break. I promise.
No, you sure? Am I dreaming? But I've got like a couch by me. I was taking a nap. I saw soon. I took a nap. I woke up. Now the game's starting. Give me.
So I'm ready.
Band.
I'm so ready. Dokkaebi Monty, no surprise whatsoever here on Labs, especially when you consider how oppressive Monty can be on those attacks up on top of rafters. Dokkaebi ban, logic bombs are always good to get rid of the game, or to get rid of in any map. Melusi makes sense as well. It's another operator that can slow down attacks. But the final defensive ban, pick your poison, Whippet. Usually you expect to see, I was going to say someone like a Valk, but a bandit ban? Well, I suppose bandit tricking can be very powerful, particularly down on the basement site.
Yeah, that's true. When you said when you asked me to pick my poison, Gibby, I almost ordered something like I was at an establishment there.
Like an establishment that sells adult drinks. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Gibson. I nearly placed my default order. I got you
Which,
one
of
as
course,
well.
is water and ice, everyone. It's been a long break. I hope you're all hydrated.
I am very much enjoying my nondescript energy drink.
It's not very hydrating. That's not very hydrating.
Right, Gibson. You know what, chat? What have you been doing to pass the time during soon? I made a cup of tea, and I've had it combined with a nondescript energy drink.
I'll tell you what they've done with it. When there's an active timer on the screen, they can go away and come back because they know when. But see, when there's soon, you can't leave. You have to stay at your desk because you don't know how long soon is going to be. It's a threat.
I mean, if you tell me soon about anything, Gibson, I will feel threatening aura arrive. But alas, it's time. Nighthaven Labs, a map that I absolutely adore. Haven't got to see it in many of my, well, actually, the only other region
we cast it once, and it was a 7-0.
Yeah, definitely not hoping for that one again. I'm not, actually. I really want this to be a competitive matchup. I've not got to cast a competitive Nighthaven Labs game yet between any side coming into it. So, for context coming into this one, Fluxo looked exceptional on the matchup previously. That was going to be on Consulate, their map choice. And while the start off exceptionally so far, finding Hates, and we have mentioned time and time again, Hates is that player, is the guy on this roster as Lender takes a beating as well. That wall's being opened up, and they try to get a little bit aggressive with it, shut down as Raps gets that one for free.
Yes, this is certainly a round of Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Fluxo getting 3 kills in the opening 45 seconds. A swing will come through. There's the 4th. It's all down to Daffodil now. Let's see if anything good will sprout at the start of spring. Well, not really. Astro will find the kill. Fluxo take round 1 in just about 1 minute.
They're trying to get us back on schedule, Gibby. They're like, all right,
Speed run.
Had a delay. Not ideal. Twitch chat has things to do. I'm assuming Twitch chat has things to do. Do you guys have things to do?
What? No, Twitch chat sits here and gets drops. That's what the people who want the drops are the real winners.
We give them what they want. They want drops. We provide the drop. Actually, funny enough, we have a golden button. All of the casters have one. Letting you on a little bit of industry secret here. If we press that button, you can decide someone gets an extra pack. So, who's it going to be? I wonder.
Do not. Last time you said something like that on broadcast, you started getting DMs from people asking for freebies. Do not put that evil
but if you
on
want
yourself.
To DM anyone, go and DM Gibby. He loves talking to everybody.
No. Let's get back into. We've gone delusional because of how long it had taken to get into this map too. But
who would have thought 4 letters SOON had done this to me?
With an exclamation mark or a question mark actually beside it at the bottom.
Anyway, you go
do a bit of talking, yapping. Yeah. Look, we're back to yap. This is it. We're yapping once more. Valk round will begin. Top floor will be the site of choice. Bit more open plan than we're used to seeing as they make a rotate into rafters instead of just the usual head holes. But In doing so, you make it very difficult to move in. One position in particular that is very powerful is Azami here on the rafters. You got to think about it very much the same way you would think about rafters on Clubhouse. It's all about controlling that section of the map, and there's many ways to do it, but one of them has been banned. Monty is out of the way, so but other options are available. You can still, you know, use the Flores to get rid of a lot of those Kiba barriers. That's what they'll be utilized for. But you got to get some form of pressure. There's multiple angles you can pressurize this Azami from.
Same site yet again. Right, no, correction. My bad. Whoopsie.
Are you okay?
I've got... Gibson, I'm fighting for my life out here, right? So give me a pass for a brief moment as I recalibrate myself to this one. Upstairs. It's like these. You see a lot, of course, in your ranked matchups going into it. I want to see how Vivo Keystars begin to break this one down. Fluxo being very aggressive, taking their fights, being successful and winning their ones. Will that be a story that tends to continue? Lenda down below. Hates on that book, will like to carve open verticality when given the chance.
Big fan of bucking a map like this. First gunfight results in what is essentially a trade. Hashi is climbing his way up, but look at the amount of silhouettes that are making their way now to Warden. Hashi though will swing, gets the kill onto Lenda. Raps in a horrible position, switches over to the shotgun, spots one, there's two. Great play from Raps, times it to perfection. Warden, shotgun, Hashi, and Raps do it all themselves. This.
No!
Speed running it. Let's go.
What? Right. Okay. Fair enough. You've got. Okay. 2-0 Fluxo. That. Flores napping.
Right.
Asleep at the wheel.
Can we talk though about how clever that was, right? Because you talk about target prioritization. You knew the player on the left was on the drone, so focus on the buck. It was excellent by Raps. He played that so well. And yes, the Flores was snoozing, but the Flores doesn't expect Warden to move whenever he's getting on his drone.
Gibby. Did he? Did he actually see the Flores? Or was that a 4x3 moment?
Nah, he's seen it. Players never do. That never happens. Come on, you know this. Everything that a pro player does is on purpose, even when they die.
Is it? So it's... would you say everything's pre-calculated, no matter what?
As a yapper who has never played competitively, I'm not qualified to say if a player has done something on accident. Everything's on purpose, unless they say different.
Fair enough. Moving into it. I can't argue with that one so far, but Fluxo have looked exceptional so far here on Nighthaven Labs. The way they've controlled the map with calculated aggression and the way they've been able to move around the map with freedom and pounce perfectly on Vivo Keystars has been exceptional. Vivo Keystars look separate, split away from each other, and not fully linked in and locked in as a 5-man unit. Sight will be on that middle floor. Stemp will gain access towards that basement with that can opener in his back pocket. So previously verticality has been opened up. He won't be able to get around in basement for free if that angle is being watched actively.
Ashi fighting over by reception. Lenda was pretty good at times in the last game for Vivo Keystars, but not good enough to get a result. Stemple, though, Deimos will win the first battle as Astro falls. Most players electing to use the 44 Vendetta, even when they're not using the ability, because of how effective of a weapon that can be. Good start for Vivo Key, though, on the round. They've got the first kill. They've 2 minutes now to work with. Now you got to try to identify where the next weakest link in the chain is.
Look, so they're not rushing into engagements right now. They're taking their time. This is that tertiary site, so this is the best opportunity for Vivo Keystars to get themselves back in this fight. At least get some distance closed up between their competition. Astro falling is that Solus off the board, which is a massive detriment early to this team. Almost hunted them down perfectly. Middle stage now this round, beginning to use those drones, gathering information. Warden hunted down, Daffodil finds one, Luke is going to fall to that one, and Hates will pick up one for free on the Hashi. Raps does get Daffodil traded away, still marked by Deathmark. Minute 25. Haste should go down. Mitchell needs to win his one and does so. This is a lifeline in the round.
Nope. Friendly fire from Raps as his own.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So, Vivo Keystars get themselves the very first round in a much better display on the offensive side. They looked more put together from that, and they did utilize the combination of Jackal and Deimos very effectively to pinpoint very specific players and use that to get the opening pick. So I want to see that more from Vivo Keystone as they move throughout this offensive half.
But what have these last 3 rounds been?
I'm not gonna lie, it's been a blur. It has been. Yeah.
Remember the first 3 rounds of the last map were absolute chaos. It's the exact same here this time around. You know what? Why have we waited so long to get on the Brazil broadcast this year? Because I am down for watching games like this all day long.
Nah, Gibby. You don't want the group stage, right? You leave that to the professional. You leave that to the guys that know what they're talking about. LCQ, this is the trenches. This is where we belong.
We're born for it. Born for it. I'm sorry, this game's thrown me off so much with the way these first
no, Gibby, you've got to pass.
What about a team kill C4 that killed Raps and his teammate to finish the round?
Gibby, we're casting. You expect normality.
Right, round 4. Round 4. Let's see if Vivo Keyd or Fluxo can put together.
Fluxo wins.
Fluxo wins the round, right? That's not what I was going to ask, but okay. Now,
I'm
your credibility.
I'm spoiling the round. They're gonna win.
All your credibility is on this round. So,
can I put like a little bit on?
Nope.
Can I leverage it like a loan?
A
little bit.
Nope, all of it. So
or nothing.
All or nothing. That's the way we work.
Oh, it's over. It's so over.
No point half doing the job, right? You got to do the whole thing. So, Mitrix creating a ton of verticality, looking all the way up to the top floor from inside of sight. As you can see, it's a heavy roam from the side of Fluxo, trying to utilize the map as one of the points or one of the strongest things inside their defense. Make Vivo Keyd clear you using tons of time. So, Solace has been identified. Now, the reason why you're seeing Deimos do that from so far away is to feed the information to his teammates to get the kills. Astro will trade back a kill back, 4 versus 4. Raps going to help out Astro, who is in the battle of the Psalm, is looking. We'll get a kill on the hits. 4 versus 3, a minute and 40 to go.
Fluxo, man advantage. This is where they exactly where they want to be. Going hunting for a Solace. Live tracks from that Jackal combination with that Deimos. Hornet does get one. Lucan falls. Back to level. Definitely is going to be stuck by that Goo Mine. Nade out to buy a little bit of space. Minute 20 left to go in this round, and the defense seemingly falling back out towards this site, or back towards this site, allowing the basement to do all the work for them. You've lost the buck, so primarily that verticality is going to be down to the secondary shotgun in the back pocket of Stemp. One that has a single exothermic still available. Unsure of where he'd use the first one, but he will still have one to work with in this round. That Deathmark sent out to chase down the Solace of Astro.
3 versus 3 now. 2 attackers have taken some damage. Stemple down to about 60. Daffodil still looking pretty good, but look at Astro on the Solace. His HP situation is not looking great as things stand. So, drone work being done. They've got 40 seconds, so should be enough time to drone out. You can see the drone network that they've established has been pretty effective so far in this one. Hatch now opened, and Astro was happy to contend this one. And he does a little bit of damage on the Stemple, but flees the scene of the crime. And here comes the drop.
Oh no, and then I flashbang. Blinds the cover upstairs, but Astro still tagged for death in this moment. Mitrix drops prone with the TCSG. Hornet tasked to try and get that case down. The flashbangs will buy a little bit of space, but oh, it's Fluxo all day, every day. 000 dawning, the TCSG will heat. Hornet falls, Mitrix gets that credit, and one more round for the defensive side of Fluxo.
This is a speed run. You know what? After the long break, it's just been chaos. Just pure speed running from these sides. 3-1, 4 rounds down already. As we move on to round 5, are Fluxo going to continue to extend their lead on this matchup, or do Vivo Keyd have a counterpunch going on to this one? The site, of course, top floor this time. When we saw it last time around, it was just utter chaos. We don't want to talk about how crazy that round was. But we're seeing the extension, right? They create the vault that you can go into the site, have a look, you know, in and out of sight and towards connector. You reinforce that connector wall. You want to make the attackers work for every inch of control that they're going to garner on this top floor. As I pointed out in the first round, the only major difference that you see from a standard setup is instead of head holes between site and rafters, they've gone for a full walk-through rotate.
Gibby, you've missed the very important point of this. I placed my entire credibility on Fluxo winning that round, and they did.
I was trying to gloss over that.
So what is Gibby? Listen, I predict these things.
So
I haven't put
your little bit of credibility remains.
Exactly. I'm never again risking it. But you know what? Doubled it. Doubled it.
What's double of nothing, man?
Listen, it times be tough out here, man.
Okay. You got your elo in the last matchup anyway. You got your elo when you were betting, hoping that NIP would win.
I got my channel points.
Exactly.
Yes, I did. This movie, I love a little bit of channel points. Give me, I do. 500k, my back pocket. Just to say, Hornet does open up that main wall without relative resistance. No verticality needed from it, but Astro has a lot of control from this. First keeper barrier broken on that doorway. He'll try and swing aggressively to get a freebie. No one's there for it, and again, much slower this time around from Fluxo, but that's down to Vivo Keystars not wanting to take the risks. They want to hold on and maybe slow this down just a little bit.
Yeah, the big thing is Val can be so powerful in this map, and Hashi will be feeding tons of information. You can see he's actively flicking through his cameras now to identify where this push is coming from. The Kiba barriers inside of Garage as well, causing a problem. Daffodil electing to use his ammo as opposed to those Roteros to clear it, knowing that they could be more effective being utilized elsewhere. This is why we're seeing IQ. We spoke about the fact Valk was in play. IQ needs to work out where those cameras are to enable the push, because information is trump at times on a map like this.
Just feel a little bit now that Vivo Keystars are stalling out. They've got access on towards rafters now. They should be able to creep up. They need to get this opening engagement to go their way. They're really committed to this side. You know what threats down below and win that opening pick. Hates gets that credit. Hashi is first of all. Fenrir has reallocated those Fenrir gadgets. Fear Mine swapped up. Drone from Hornet spots that threat, and perhaps you don't really want to swing that again. Got lucky first time out. Second time of asking might be a little bit too much. MG12 ready for a little bit of range engagement. Astro shut down. Hates gets that one second in the round.
Raps though switches over to the SMG-12. You can see there's still a lot of pressure there. Daffodil gets one. It's a full swap, and this time Daffodil gets another on the round. All down to Lookit, and a swing like that certainly gives him a little bit of a chance, but now stun grenades being thrown. The case is going to go down as he goes full white, and this should be a round for Vivo Key. Lookit got crosses being held from multiple spots. More stun grenades being thrown his way. You know what? This has been a very good round. Very clean attack from Vivo Keed. And look at surely there's no chance here.
No, there isn't. There absolutely isn't any chance at all. Completely unwinnable. I'm trying to put the caster curse on it. Never know what might happen. But I think a little bit too much of a Herculean task. He needs to win every single one. He's running out of time. Flashbang to wrap this up with a nice little bow as well. He'll get his one. Constellation effort. Time will be his nemesis. And well, he baits out his shoulder. He will also lose that towards Lender. Vivo Keystars get themselves around, and he much desperate needed one to keep them within striking distance of their opposition. Fluxo, though, looked a little bit more mortal in that round.
They definitely did, and that's what Vivo Key needed. They had to strike back after Fluxo managed to garnish that 2-round advantage. So, this is the final round of the defense for Fluxo. Will they be able to secure a 4-2 defensive half, or can Vivo Key crawl their way back to 3-3? That last round by them was probably one of the best attacking rounds that we've seen over the two maps that we've seen between these two sides. Really impressed by how cleanly Vivo Key were able to isolate individual players and just force a plant in on site. Attackers, they got to do the same thing once more, because we're going back to the exact same site with a little bit of a change up with it. No Warden this time around. We're seeing Tuberao being brought as well for Hashi and the Mira. So it's a very different lineup for what is in essence the exact same, or what is the same site.
I'm actually a big fan of the addition of these mirrors. Again, the Ash will be able to deal with them, but hopefully they're going to be protected by something, or there's going to be a misallocation of that. There are no Wamai gadgets actually on the board, so those windows will be left fairly exposed, so that will be an area of perhaps critique for this setup. Those windows will give you an extra bit of confirmation, an extra bit of visibility, and of course, that paranoia that strikes in the Vivo Keystars' mind if you stare down one of those windows, not knowing what perilous task might be on the other side.
I'm surprised though that you're allowed to play and cast this round. Like the fact that Fenrir is playing and casting at the same time.
I'm not in the mood, Gibby.
is
I am not
impressive.
in the mood right now. No.
Yeah, you love it. You absolutely love it. So, you look at the lineup that Fluxo have. They definitely want to kid trick that wall. They want to make sure that one of the reasons why Vivo Key were able to win the previous round doesn't become a factor. Oh no! Hits just walks up rafter stairs.
Oh, you hate to see it, Gibby. You absolutely hate to see it.
Look what you've become. Look what you've become. 2 kills for Hits. They get full control of rafters. They'll get the breach open now as well. That is what Vivo Keyed love to see on their map pick. All of a sudden, for Raps, Lucan, and Astro, this has become a very tough task.
Need to win this next fight. Essentially, no questions asked. You can't let anything go for free. IT Breach now opened up, and the Mirror Windows addition hasn't worked out at all. If anything, it's been more detrimental. Flores' drone will force Raps into a difficult position now. Retreating will be blinded by that flashbang. No. That's going to be a dangerous fight now. Has to watch for that garage entranceway. And he knows someone's going to arrive from Aqua. That flashbang. Nearly ended his streak.
The angle's being held, though. Daffodil is waiting. Does Mira know that Daffodil is holding from the right side? Usually, you'll peek the other side when you're a defender having a look here. So as long as Daffodil stays tucked close to this wall, this could be a problem. The drone will feed even more information. He knows exactly where Raps is playing. Support reinforcements coming in from that side. The F-Not will pop off, giving even more information to these defenders, but it's also very, very tense with it. They're just waiting for someone to overextend.
Your Terror drone should have cleared that F-Nat. A little bit of opportunity. Meaning this is going to be a raw gunfight. Straight down the hook and get themselves on the trigger a little bit faster. Raps has been exceptional so far in this series. Let's see if he can win this one. Oh, Lucan, what a shot! Fluxo popping off! Finding 3, finding 4! Lucan goes huge! What was that from Fluxo? Nerves of steel!
Nah. Luca didn't just one-tap the Rafters player, and Raps
Yes,
didn't
sir!
just swing and take down the 2 attackers pushing from that water side. Fluxo! Fluxo! It should be 3-3.
Nah, lock it in. Absolutely lock it in! Fluxo. Nerves of steel. Nerves of steel!
You might not like it, Whippet, but this is what peak Siege performance looks like.
It's not CAG.
I said peak Siege performance.
Yeah, that's CAG.
So we're back.
CAG have never lost a game at a major in Manchester, just saying.
We're back on the CAG copium train. Oh no.
Absolutely.
Get me off.
Absolutely
Get me off. Get me off. I'm too tired
listen,
for
no,
this.
Give me, it's okay. No, it's okay.
I'm too tired.
Let's Astro, pick an operator, please.
Just so you know, chat. You know what? We've got a tech pause, but this is a good opportunity, chat, to let you know a little story, right? Whippet wants to deny you this map or this game going all the way to 3 maps because Whippet booked himself a reservation for
I
Mill.
didn't.
Yes,
I didn't.
You did.
No, I did not personally do it.
You got someone else to make a reservation. Fine, it's the same thing.
It was, yeah.
So chat, we need all of you to use your powers of mindset. There's a lot of people watching. Focus on getting 3 maps just so Whippet has to go hungry. He's already got pneumonia. Let him be hungry too. I'm not even lying, chat. Whippet actually has pneumonia. Like, can we get some props to this guy? It's his birthday. He's got pneumonia and he's casting Siege.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, you would. Get rid of the pneumonia, like, at the very least. Come on.
Okay, I'd like to be able to breathe. That would be nice. But, alas, I will struggle on. I'm here for Fluxo after that round. Impressive. Absolutely impressive from that. I'm very intrigued about the calmness, the relaxedness in that moment. And you got to ask questions of Vivo Keystars in that moment. A breakdown in communication. Did they just maybe not have a clear idea what they wanted to do? Was there a lack of information? I'd love to know how many drones they still had available to them to make that play. They had a fair amount of time to deliberate how they wanted to break down that defense, but a great start from them in the early stage. It began to stall out, and all of a sudden Fluxo, insane. And well, don't worry guys, soon screen, don't have to worry about it. We're back.
Don't. It's fine. It's fine. So, We move to round 7. Very big round for Vivo Keed, because you got to win your first defensive round after the side swap to set the tone. If Fluxo win this, it becomes very favorable for Fluxo to at the very least force overtime in this matchup. For Vivo Keed though, you win this round, the scoreline turns to 4-3. Things don't look as bad. Now, what have they done in the defensive setup? Well, they've brought the Goyo. You can see that the canister is on the main breach. So basically what that does is it stops a rush. So if they get the breach early, and they will do because there's no denial on the side of Vivo Keed, this just means that they cannot press their way into the site and try to get the execute done very quickly. So Vivo Keed are saying, you can take the wall, but what we're going to do is set up to play for what you do after that point.
The thing that's really concerning me, though, is that the way that round went previously. The amount of momentum, the energy that would have given Fluxo, the confidence they're going to play off in this position. Animus left soft? Oh.
They're not playing for denial, though. Like, the whole point of this defense is to play for host, you know, host getting the breach open. So I don't think that's too much of an issue not having Animus done.
Still not against the idea of forcing a commitment of some utility. Soft breach is a fairly easy commodity. I say that, only 3 breaching charges applicable for the side of Fluxo.
They got buck, though.
True, I was gonna get there, Gibby.
Nah, just get to the point, bro, man. Get to the
point.
point. Stop
speak as fast as
yapping.
I normally can, Oh, why do I work with you? Anyway,
you love it.
Stamp on the solace. Upstairs is going to be a massive issue if they aren't detected in this. The camera is set up nicely as Hashi holds it. Lots of bodies set up for this. And I have a feeling that this might be just an open invitation. They'll walk in and they'll realize that they might have an opportunity to try and get the case down. They can't do it here, of course. That nade will open up that window. Hopefully it does. And pops like Goyo cancers. Oh, 20 seconds of burn has to happen now as we begin to wait patiently. Solace could be a massive factor if they're left unchecked in this round.
Astro still clearing the top floor. Stemple's right there, and Stemple's down. Astro gets his kill. The trade game's not going to be... Oh, my word.
It's over.
Oh, my word. It is a 5 versus 2, and it's all down to Hornet and Hits, the dynamic duo, the 2 players that we said are the keys to success for the side. But Matrix, he's just going to walk on in, put down the Asta Shield, get the keys down, and there's not very much that can be done about it once the cross is set up. Hornet will find 1 kill, though, so it's not necessarily... Oh, okay, yeah, it is. Okay, nice try.
No, Hates is alive, right? So Hates is the one player from Vivo Keystars right now that they need to rely on. Needs to win this one. Case goes down. Finds absolute buckets of damage, but not enough for a DBNO or a kill. Will get 1 DBNO, can't find a second. Mitric shuts him down. Fluxo find their 5th.
So, Fluxo now getting a 5-2 lead. They are in driving, I was going to say in prime position, but then started to say the driving seat in this matchup, but both do apply in this scenario because the chances are, at the very least, they will get 1 defense, 1 more attacking round. That's the very least. I don't see a world where they don't get 1 more attack, which will secure at least overtime. Vivo Keed Stars, though, this is where you start to panic. This is where you start to worry because your stage is starting to slide out of your grasp. You have to win 4 of the next 5 rounds just to force overtime. If you don't, you're watching Manchester. You're watching the rest of the qualifiers from home. And I'm sorry, if you're a player as talented as some of these players in Vivo Keed are, much like the NIP players earlier today, it is a crying shame, and it's going to be hard to take when you're watching while your rivals are going ahead and playing.
It's one of those things about competition, though. It's the thrill and the agony, realistically. Those moments of glory, those moments of triumph, they're only that stellar, that fantastic, because we know the trenches, the depth some of these players suffer. Fluxo, though, lead on the offensive side. It's been a whirlwind of chaos every time they've bounced. A single round hasn't had a notable moment. Can they get themselves the map and series points here, of course? Oh, that's the start you would have wanted. Hates off the board early. Waving goodbye to a mic. Late round utility of those mics is no longer applicable.
That's the start you want, reservation boy. you've got yourself a meal to get to later. Fluxo getting the opening pick here on this round. Now the rest of the breach will be open, but Whip It, like, Fluxo been excellent. You must love this because you've as I said, you've got an appointment to make.
Gibby, I'm here for the siege. I don't care. A restaurant will be there every day of the week. Siege is...
Love Siege, hate restaurants, simple as.
Love Siege, hate everything else. This is all I want to do. Gibby, I give up. I give up a weekend away in Monaco to be here, casting Siege alongside you. In retrospect, oh, this is better.
Definitely a dub from you there. Hashi will peek. That's the mirror window dealt with now. That's certainly going to help them when they look to take more of an more presence on this attack. So Lenda will fall further back using the cover that he does have. Hashi opening up electrical as well, just to make Hornet's job a little bit more tricky. Mitrix is begging someone to try retake inside a connector, though. He is praying someone goes through that rotate. But Vivo Keat Stars, just play calm. You don't need to try force the next pick. Yes, you're a player down, but this is where big mistakes can happen. Do not let Fluxo move to map point.
Everything rests on this round. One player down, the time denial is there. Not a great smoke, doesn't go deep, but we'll have an opportunity. Stemp will find one. Hashi's off the board at least. The Vendetta lurks down below. One blue silhouette there as well. You feel for them in this moment. The Pulse could be a massive benefactor of this round, though. If left unchecked or unaware, could absolutely destroy this. As UMP rattles off and, well, won't be left undetected. Hunted down by Deimos, chased by Deimos. Get your Vendetta ready. Needs to win this one. He dropped. Oh, what a one-tap. Last round in the revolver as well. Daffodil gets in the action. Fluxo down one player, needs to win his one. Vendetta hits so hard, finds a second one, but only traded away. A technical 2 versus 1. Lucanera can't do anything, shut down by Lenda. Vigo Keat starts to have a pulse.
Much better. The Vendetta gave themselves a chance. The one tap was beautiful, but the round pullback from Vivo Keat was much better. 5-3, still back within that 2-round gap. Can they close it? Another basement will be the site of choice. Not even going to ask you, Whip It, to try read what that site is in Portuguese. But the defensive lineup,
Basement.
yeah, basement. But Whip It, it's the same set.
I told you, basement.
You're so smart. I love it. But Whip It, it's the same idea, right? That we saw try a little bit earlier. The whole setup of this defense is post breach. They don't have any denial. So it's all about what Fluxo do after. And I'm looking at it, right? You've got a couple of C4s in your back pocket. You've got Solace, who'll probably try to keep control above. And if they go for a quick plant, Solace will try to deny that. But I still feel like there's more that Vivo Keat could bring. More value. Like, you don't see an awful lot of Mozzie anymore.
I mean, looking at Vivo Keat Stars, in setup-wise, there's nothing really to complain about. I mean, Mozzie, uncommon. I would agree with you on that. More of a situation.
No. Here's the rush. It's a rush.
We might have commented that NIP were a little bit slow, a little bit lethargic from time to time. This round won't be, if everything goes the way we're predicting it to be. With the Blitz being an applicable factor in this, with everything being opened up at that moment, you just feel that this might be another round that matches that whirlwind of chaos effect.
I'm really curious as to when this, because when you got a blitz, it's going to be fast. It's just a question of the when. Now, there is probably a Goyo canister on that breach, so whenever it does pop, it'll slow them just a little bit. But now we're starting to see smokes being thrown, and oh no, that's exactly what we thought. Raps is going to take down his own
Doesn't
teammate.
matter though.
It's a kill. They can still get a couple of kills. But how is it a 3v3?
Yeah. It doesn't matter, Gibby.
Siege.
From rain or shine, Royal Canister C4 or smoke, Fluxo find a way. Lenda fires back, Lucan falls. Lenda finds a second one, the lifeline's been there. Needs information, Rap should get this into cover. Good, he doesn't see the Solace first time of asking. Minces with damage and drops it, are you kidding me?
Fire. Yeah.
What is this game? C4 to the ether. No damage found. Lenda alone against the world.
Lenda in a 1v2. Valk might be able to get some information from his teammates. You can see them switching cams, but Raps gets the kill, and Fluxo move to map and series point. Right. Just rewind for a second.
Hello.
They popped the breach. They ran through. The Blitz died. And through the smoke, through the fire, through the flames, through the ashes of their dead teammate, they still found 2 kills. They had a player put in the DBNO. They got him back on their feet. They whiff on the Solace to hip fire the Solace to get the case down and win. Huh?
Goats. You know what, Fluxo? I acknowledge you. You are now my team. Friendship ended with Liquid. Actually, no, I couldn't say that. Fluxo are now my number 2 team.
They've called Intero, though. It's another Intero timeout.
So Parker's chilling somewhere up in Canada. He's just got a phone call. People Keystars need desperate help to win this. Their stage rides on this next round. Every single round. Doesn't need to be perfect, but they can't lose. Otherwise, it's all but over. They have to watch Manchester unfold. They cannot be a part of that story any longer. The time for a very difficult road ahead for Vivo Keystars.
Oh, I'm so ready. I love the Thatcher picture, by the way. We love it. We love it. When you don't have your own skins in game yet, you can get a little bit more creative with it. So, back down to the basement. And I'm looking for changes. So, first off the bat, bye-bye Goyo. We're not taking Goyo anymore.
Yeah.
Friendship ended with Goyo this time around. New friendship with Tubarao. So, Tubarao is going to delay it alongside the Kaid. So, they're actually trying to stop Fluxo from getting the breach this time. You know what? That's a good idea. Because the other 2 times you came here, you didn't. And it didn't go so well. So Fluxo, what they're going to try to do, get into sight. But Vivo Key, if they play this right, will make it very difficult to get the breach. Double set of hard breach being brought to deal with the fact that there is going to be a Kaid, that there is going to be a Tubarao. Well, there is one great equalizer if you're bringing a Tubarao, if you're trying to, electric trick it. Get vertical control. If the attackers get control from above, you're going to get the breach.
Wow. Stunning analytical work from you, Gibson.
You're welcome.
This is...
This is why we got the Brazil for the LCQ for insights like that.
In the booth. They don't let us on the desk these days. They just lock us in a box and say, yeah. Anyway. Wall should get opened up here. Actually, Tubarao will delay it at this moment. So that Kaid Claw will hopefully at least still be frozen from that Zono canister as well. So the effect will be there. They'll double stack the EMP to guarantee this the second they get a chance. I mean, they want to go. They're chomping at the bit. They won't let them in.
Let me open it, please. Please. Here's the next.
Come on.
What's the definition of insanity? What is the
The last 10 seconds of Rap's POV. I think that's what it is, Gibby. Right, every Zono canister's gone. They've got the breach. Surely, soon, hopefully.
No, because the electric claw is going to activate.
Oh.
Yeah, look.
Oh. No.
No. There is still one Selma charge left. There is still one Thermite. So, it's not over yet. They got to focus now on getting vertical control.
Not going to be an easy task for them. I feel like this has very much upset the rhythm of Fluxo.
It's upset the rhythm of us, mate.
I mean, I was ready for a rush. I was ready for them to dive straight in the site. I mean, it would be on brand for this matchup so far. Honestly, it's a little bit uncharacteristic how delayed this round has been so far. They've opened up IT and they're beginning to get themselves access on towards the rest of the floor. They'll open up main garage and have all storage access available to them as well. Do notice one blue silhouette lurk. Nah, shut down. Stamps off the board.
They do notice as he dies. Good job. Daffodil got information on the ace. Now, there are 3 C4s below, which could be 2 C4s below, as they waste one. Good, they had the idea where the player was, but not enough to get the kill secured. 4 versus 5, though. 4.
1 C4
better.
Below.
1 C4 from below. That one was much better. Improvements. Thermite gives up, going to open up the hatch. It's going to be a hatch drop attempted execute with 25 seconds to work with.
We watching NIP again? This isn't Fluxo, surely. 20 seconds remaining. They need to find their way in the site. Only got hatches and staircases. This won't be easy. But time and time again, they find a way to win no matter what the odds. Hornet a little bit trapped in his own rotation. Luki wins that one. The Daffodil finds a second one. That's going to be wrapped. No C4s remaining, but it will be only one member of Evo Kid. It's down the hate to the 1v1. Save his team, 0-0, and this should be a freebie. There's no way you can fumble the bag and no.
He saved! No! Fluxo! Right, Hashi.
Get your KD! Get your KD! No! Get your KD stat!
He got a cost for that because he didn't die.
That's what matters, Gibby. That's what matters. But the big takeaway from that was Fluxo. The entire round made a pivot in that position. They wanted to play aggressive around Animus Hatch and get in the site directly. They were shut down by the Zoto canister combination with that Kaid Claw, and from that position, they had to pivot. And they had limited time to work with, sub 20 seconds to go. Get it down to 1v1. Hates makes a massive play. Great positioning, great awareness. Wins the round for his team, keeps the stage alive for them.
I'm not gonna lie though, if Fluxo won that round after the shambles that happened by the attempted breach, I'd have been disappointed in Vivo Kid Stars. But they're one round closer now to Fluxo. They still need to win 2 defenses in a row to force overtime and what has been a chaotic labs. I don't know what they've been cooking up for us, but it's certainly been entertaining if anything else. Top floor defense though. Look at that lineup. Tubarão once more. Kaid again. So they're going to try to do the exact same thing and stifle the push. Now let's remember, Fluxo tried to do the exact same thing whenever they were on defense, and Hates just walked up rafters and killed them all. So maybe Fluxo might take something out of that book.
Hornet on that Kaid. Electro claws in hand, and the intention will be like to keep this wall intact as long as possible. Combination with Lenda on that Tubarão again. Been a great combination for this side. Give that synergy credit for that previous round. But won't be a factor this time. Nitrix has brought out the Maverick. A great adaptation being made. They'll open up all this wall for free. More vulnerable to C4s though. That new throwing projectile helps you get this through the difficult spots. But he's not completely safe.
This is a work of art. I love the way he's designing this. You know, let's open up the feet holes. Yeah, nice and safe. Let's get upside down and abandon it. Yeah, no. Great job. Look, he'll finish it later. He's off to get inspirations elsewhere before he finishes his masterpiece.
No engagements yet at this stage of the round. Your droid back in your back pocket there. That from your thermite. A little bit of indecisiveness arriving so far from Fluxo. Not unsure, but I don't think they're completely locked in and committed to a position at this moment. Maverick will make up this angle. They should go. Oh, no. They might, you feel for him in that one.
Let's go.
Oh, headshot with the impact. Hates gets the opening. Fluxo, difficult spot now.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. Hates just no hesitation. He swung, he won. And they've got themselves a numerical advantage. Mitrix, Hashi, Lookit, and Astro are still alive as 1v1 mode has been activated once more. Astro with the death mark, getting himself some information. But Fluxo trying to force their way in. Maverick will need to get to work once more. Wamai will abandon electrical. Will they get aggressive on a Maverick hole once more? Hornet will cover electrical. And Hates ain't one to step away from a fight. He wants a bit of this action. He'll swing. He does a ton of damage onto Astro. And Stemple's going for a backstab.
I think Stemp decides better of it. Falling back, knowing that drone was active, revealing that position. Hashi does get Hates now. That's going to be your MVP off the board. Finding 2. Fluxo find a way yet again. No matter what utility looks like or how dire the situation, your rifle can guide the way. They find success again. Daffodil has those glance goggles. That might be the key to this one. He can make himself immune to that one. He fires off, getting one death mark on Stemp, though might be an issue. Lenda behind that bomb chassis tucks himself in. Astro left in DBO and finished off by Lenda, leaving Lucan alone. 0-0's dawning. No chance in that case. Stemp shuts it down. Gibby. Vivo Keith starts mounting a counter-offensive.
I'm a fan. Look at don't fake. He tries to stick that case down. Round 12, the final round in regulation. After this, one thing will be clear. We're either going to overtime or Vivo Keed's stage is over. Fluxo are hopping on the phone call once more to Intero for some last minute inspiration. But Fluxo, you've had a massive lead. You've had chances to win rounds. You've seen it be grasped away twice now. This is the final attempt you will get at match point in regulation. I think it's a perfect time to take the time out to have a talk, decide what you're going through. But no matter how much they talk about it, Whip It, on this timeout, it's Vivo Key that are going to set the round with what site they elect to play.
A lot of deliberation needs to be made from this side. Vivo Keedsars have mounted that comeback step by step. Not been easy. Fluxo have been a difficult side to break down. Always able to win every single round that they need to with their rifles, no matter how dire straits it looks. Vivo Keedsars, all down to this. Overtime or bust for stage 1, 2024.
This was crazy. This could be the final round of the quarterfinals if Vivo Keyed don't hold their nerve. So, site selection has been made. They're not going to kitchen. They're going to play instead in storage and cargo below. Now, when you play this site, once more, verticality is a massive factor. You got to keep that double garage wall reinforced. It's a bit of a split site when you consider that there is a gap between the two sites in particular. But Whip It, I'm going to ask you right now, are we going to overtime or Fluxo? Are they taking the win?
Oh, Gibby. It's us on the cast. If you have it any other way, we're going all the way. 15 rounds.
This map and the next one, by the way. So get yourself strapped in.
Just this map. Just this map.
No. This one and the next. Get strapped in.
I'm actually fighting for my life out here, Gibby. I don't know how much longer I've got left.
Normal people, when they say fighting for their life, are, you know, exaggerating. Whip It actually telling the truth as he dies of pneumonia, slowly casting siege.
It's worth it. Every round of siege is 10 minutes off my life. Perfect way to go.
Oh, so... wow. We work together too often.
You go.
Thank you, Whip It. So, round will be in action. There is a little bit of utility being garnered by the Twitch drone, removing one of those Goyo canisters. Get rid of the default cam as well, as they get a ton of value from that one little drone. The main breach should be opened here as well, giving them access inside a garage. Now they're going to open IT above. Really what you're trying to do is get lots of cutoffs, but make sure that the defenders cannot rotate without a fight.
If you deny that freedom of movement, you can make it feel a very uncomfortable day for every defender. And this side often brought out as a tertiary from many sides. You can feel that pinch, that rotation game being very much locked down. You can get punished by these long-range rifles like that DMR in the hands of Hashi. Single misplaced shoulder or leg. Only a few shots, only 2. Shut you down. Hates knows he's been spotted. Tries to hunt that drone, sends out that impact. Luke would want to take that fight though.
Luke wants it. Luke's feeling good. 8 and 7 so far. And you and I know how good of a player he can be. Solace is prone in the distance, but the problem is with no drone, you can't really swing this because you just don't know where the Solace is playing. Trying to bait the run out. Hornet will be the first one to fall. Hashi gets the kill. Another one. Mitrix takes down Lenda now as Fluxo start to take control of this round, but we've been in this situation before. Fluxo have seen big numerical advantages working against them, but oh no, Solace is going to get caught out from above. The case is going to go down. A mad dash. It's all down to Stemple. The Goyo above, he gets his one. It's a 1v3. Astro is down, but Hashi wins it out. Fluxo are going to the semi-final. They will face off tomorrow in a pretty fun matchup indeed, as they'll play Black Dragons. But Whip It, it wasn't pretty, it wasn't great, but it was memorable. Fluxo qualified to the next round.
They make it to the semi-finals on Saturday, and they fought tooth and nail to get there. Didn't quite get overtime, but all 12 rounds required here on Nighthaven Labs, and they lock it out. And I think a very eccentric version. I think this was an absolute blast to watch. I cannot wait to see how these teams shape up tomorrow.
No better way to finish off your Friday night. Well, one better way to finish off your Friday night. That's to join us and the desk as we break down that game just after the short break.
Well, there it is. That wraps up Play Day 2 of LCQ here for the Blast R6 Brazil League. I think it's taken a lot of people by surprise here, this final best of three. Vivo Keystars are knocked out of the runnings here, and Fluxo progress in emphatic fashion. 2-0 is the score. CDAPS, it sort of ruined your plans a little bit when it comes to your predictions. We'll get to that later, but Fluxo must have absolutely blown you away here.
Yeah, Fluxo came out the gate swinging, and they looked so incredibly good. All of the just overall weaknesses that we saw in the group stage, their inability to attack, their inability to have players step up when necessary, and their inability to overall be consistent were issues that you would expect coming out of a new team, a bunch of rising players here in the Brazilian Tier 1 scene. But all of a sudden, they go into open qualifiers, they come back as men, they grew up, they're big and strong now, and they came out and slapped Vivo Keystars around.
I'll tell you what, a good time to evolve and grow into a man is in the LCQ. Am I right, Whippet?
It is. I mean, this is where all the pressure rises on team shoulders coming in this one. We've seen heroic runs and deep performances even when they make it towards the major, but this is when your back is against the wall. You didn't make it here via playoffs, and what a showing from Fluxo. They rose to the occasion here, and Vivo Keystars ruined our prediction bracket.
Yeah, they did. And Gibson, you know, let's give our flowers to Vivo Keystars, because ultimately this will have been a heartbreaking situation for them, because I think they expected to go a lot further than this.
I think when you look at their whole stage, they'll be really disappointed that they're not going to go to Manchester, because they showed in like multiple times that they are a team with a caliber to qualify for an international event, but it's just not their stage. I think they got beaten by a team. I can't even say Fluxo were more prepared, just because of how chaotic that game was. To show you how chaotic it was, Ian, I think as a group, the four of us, the four unwise men, batted 1 for 8 on our predictions today. When you consider the only person who got anything right was CDAPS whenever he guessed earlier that Black Dragons would win.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look now at the results from today as a whole. Look, it was a quick one again. We still are yet to see a 3-map series here. Black Dragons winning 2-0. Fluxo, of course, winning 2-0. 2 days back-to-back, only giving us 4 maps. I mean, come on, at least give us 5 tomorrow. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the bracket now and see how it's all starting to shake out. As you can see, W7M are sitting up there in our first semi-final against Team Liquid, Black Dragons Fluxo. Look, we'll get onto our predictions in a moment, but I think really for you, personally, CDAPS, you know, predictions aside, Fluxo are probably the only team to really blow you away here.
Yeah, everything else made sense, except Vivo Keystars not able to come back to form, and Fluxo having the massive improvement coming out of the LCQ. Sure, we can say once again Liquid also came out a little bit stronger than most people thought. MIBR, you know, that was another team that was slightly ahead of Liquid. Both of those teams improved massively coming through the open qualifiers, but Liquid, they're just back.
They are back, and let's take a look, because we're also back tomorrow. So let's take a look at the schedule. Gibson, you looking forward to this?
Oh, I can't wait to watch it. That first game, W7M against Team Liquid, I'm either going to be crying on the floor after it or celebrating to see Neskapali with a chance of qualifying for Manchester on Sunday. Honestly, if you're watching this and you're not keeping up with Brazil, watch game 1 and game 2 tomorrow, but specifically game 1. It is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, that is some seriously strong, talented players going head-to-head for a crucial spot in our LCQ final on Sunday. And of course, like you said, hats off to Black Dragons and Fluxo. I'm sure that they are going to put on an absolute barn burner in our second best of 3 as well. Now, I did allude to the predictions. It would be rude of me not to bring them up, just because, you know, I was very unsuccessful. Gibson was unsuccessful. Whippet was unsuccessful. Shout out to the production team. What do you think, CDAPS? And you as well. I mean, you're looking pretty good.
I mean, hey, Black Dragons, I don't know what you guys were on saying NIP. That was such a lock for Black Dragons. I'm not impressed by NIP at all. I know you guys are voting with your heart, wanting that team to kind of come back to the powerful team that we've seen before, but the Fluxo pick, production definitely pulled the wool over our eyes on that one. Kind of came out of nowhere, and they apparently know something that we don't.
Well, I know something that you don't, and that is that me, Gibson, and Whippet, not production, are probably all going to be right on Sunday night. That's all I'm saying. All right, listen, let's start to wrap this up here and now. I'm going to stop being biased and, you know, reveal the truth. May the best team win. You know, don't get me wrong, I do love Liquid, but every single team here has got such star-studded rosters and incredible talented players ready to go to war for you over the next couple of days. So thank you so much for watching. We will be back at the exact same time tomorrow, and it's semi-finals time, and I'm hoping that we get at least 5 maps. We'll see you then. Bye for now.